sweep over the Phillies at the corner of 3rd and King. Will that momentum continue in the Valley of the Sun as baseball's second half gets underway? All-star Paul Goldschmidt is ready to go as the Giants come in for Game 1. It's the Giants, the D-backs in the National League West showdown next. In the desert, and it's hot. Temperatures in the hundreds here all week long. The Giants and the D-backs ready to start a 3-game series. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Dwayne Kuiper. Mike Krukow is on assignment. And for the Giants, after being front and center, highly visible at the All-Star game in Cincinnati on Tuesday, now it's back to business. They finished up very well before the All-Star break. Now they've got to do it on the road and against an Arizona ball club that they've struggled against, whether it be on the road or at home. Tonight, Matt Cain will try and be the stopper for the Giants here on the road.
Yeah, really, the Diamondbacks had a good first half. They finished by losing their last 3, the opposite of what the Giants did. But they're tough. Matt Cain's 14-7 lifetime against Arizona. He hasn't faced him this year. He only faced him once last year. So look, Matt Cain knows that the one guy you have to try to avoid is Paul Goldschmidt. They'll try to do that, but the guy behind him, John Yasmani Tomas, he's come into his own as well. So you try to avoid Goldschmidt, but you have to go after Tomas. That's the problem.
All right, so they've got more than just Goldschmidt in that lineup, and they've got a young lefty the Giants have never seen, Robbie Ray, and he's pitching great right now. He'll be going for the D-backs tonight. Giants D-backs game 1 of the series, and we'll be back with more here in the desert after this. The arrival of the Diamondbacks on the field. The Giants and D-backs just about ready for Game 1 of this series.
All right, key ingredients of the game is brought to you by Round Table Pizza. True island flavor in the new Maui Zaui Supreme Pizza. With RoundTablePizza.com, you can order online from almost anywhere, even your own luau. Only at Round Table, the last honest pizza. Well, here's your your main ingredients, it'll go like this. End the road woes. That's right. The last road win for the Giants June 20th in L.A. So the Giants have lost 7 straight, including all 6 games on their last trip. Contain Goldschmidt. Giants have been trying to do that since Goldschmidt came into the league, and they haven't been very successful. So they got to try to do it in this 3-game series. And Matt Cain, that's right, he was, maybe still is, the horse. So let's hope Matt Cain can return to being the horse.
And speaking of Matt Cain, our Ford right choice for high quality and great MPG, Ford is the right choice for California. Matt Cain, his last start July the 7th against the Mets, and he was excellent. 6 innings, no runs, 2 hits allowed. He had 7 strikeouts, throwing 95 pitches, and he would have gone back out for the 7th. He felt fine to do so, but Bruce Bochy just said, hey, it's the second start. Why press it right now? So they were very happy with what they saw from Matt Cain in that one, and he has had some extra rest since then with the All-Star break. Matt Cain is all warmed up, ready to go. He'll be up against Robbie Ray, the young left-hander, 23 years old, who has been excellent for the D-backs. And we'll be back with the first pitch. Giants and D-backs next. Now the Giants batting order now presented by Audi, truth in engineering. It'll be Pagan, who was red hot that final weekend against the Phillies. Center field. Joe Panik back from the All-Star game. Second base. Matt Duffy is hitting third at third. And Buster Posey, who was red hot leading into the All-Star game for about 2.5 weeks. And he is back from the All-Star game as well, hitting cleanup. Hunter Pence in right field. Brandon Crawford back from Cincinnati from the All-Star festivities. The shortstop. Brandon Belt at first base, and he put on a show during BP tonight. Justin Maxwell in left field against the Arizona left-hander, and Matt Cain, the pitcher, batting ninth.
There you're taking a look at Robbie Ray, who's been fabulous. He's 3-4 with a .216 earned run average. He lives and dies with the fastball. One interesting note, the last 38 hitters that he has faced, he has started out 31 of those 38 with a fastball. So he lives and dies with the good old number one. Defensively behind Robbie Ray, the D-backs lineup will look like this in the outfield from left to right. It'll be Peralta, Pollock, and Yasmani Tomas. Lamb, Ahmed at third and short. Owings and Goldschmidt second and first. Wellington Castillo will catch Robbie Ray.
So here's Robbie Ray, 23 years old, and Pagan will lead off against Ray. Robbie Ray has just been an exceptional find for the D-backs. They gave up a young shortstop, Didi Gregorius, in a 3-team deal to get Robbie Ray. Tigers had him, and I guess by extension for a few minutes they actually had Didi Gregorius.
Yeah.
They sent him on to the Yankees. They got Shane Peterson back from the Yankees in that deal and sent Robbie Ray on to Arizona, and the D-backs are thrilled to have him. First pitch in there, 95 miles an hour for a called strike. Nationals originally picked him up, 12th round draft choice. He was part of the Doug Fister trade that sent him to the Tigers. Hit well into deep right center, and there is Tomas. Well, off the bat in this ballpark where the ball tends to fly, you thought, wow, could that be for the first time since we can recall that Pagan has hit one out of the ballpark?
Yeah, you'd never know when the ball's hitting the air here. Plus, Tomas went after it like that ball was going to be over his head.
He was moving quickly, but he got there, waited for it. Now here is Joe Panik, and he takes ball one. I asked Panik about being at the All-Star game, if he had a chance to meet anybody he had not met before or had always wanted to meet. And he was kind of low-key about it. He said, not really. Back to the screen. It's 1-1. Of course, he's kind of low-key anyway, but he said, you know, most of those guys I had met, because at second base, sometimes they get to second base and you say hello, and most of them get to second base at some point.
And sometimes those guys will dump you at second base, too.
That's a base hit. Joe Panik starts the second half of the season the way a good part of his first half went. He came in hitting .308 with a .372 on base.
Here's Toyota by the numbers. The summer's biggest blockbuster isn't in theaters. It's Toyota's summer blockbuster sales event. Get blockbuster deals on every Toyota in stock now. Get a sneak preview at buyatoyota.com. See most hits in the National League this season, and right in there amongst some of the real good ones this year is Joe Panik with 102.
Matt Duffy. He's another guy who's, although he's kind of electric on the field, he adds so much energy and seems to do just about everything well. But he's kind of low-key off the field as well. I asked him, what'd you do during the All-Star break? He says, I went home to Long Beach, saw the fan, old friends. Wow. That one looked to be off the outside. Called a strike by Mike Estabrook, the home plate umpire.
So all the players you asked, any of them say, well, skydiving, did some rollerblading?
There was a pretty good group of them that went to Lake Tahoe, to the North Shore of Lake Tahoe. And the Panik is back to first with Goldschmidt on the bag with him. About 5 guys rented a place altogether, including Heston and Hunter Strickland and some others, other pitchers. He said they all jumped in the water too at Lake Tahoe. I said, it's pretty cold, isn't it? He said, oh, unbelievably cold. And that's back to the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Matt Duffy. Duffy, who has a .293 average with 8 homers, 41 driven in. And remember, he didn't become an everyday player till what, a month or so into the season? Still officially a rookie. And he has been one of the top rookies in the National League. Second best batting average among rookies. That's a foul. It got into the seats behind the Giants dugout in a hurry. 1-2. That was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Ray.
I hope everybody's all right. Duffy looked like he was picking on some Giants fans.
Well, you told me you wanted a souvenir.
Yeah. And if you're Giants fans, then you know you should probably bring your glove.
Panic at first, 1 out. A ball and 2 strikes to Matt Duffy facing Robbie Ray. Steps off the slab. I asked Bob Bradley, the former Giant catcher, now a broadcaster for the D-backs, former D-backs manager who won a World Series as a manager with the D-backs. There he is, BB. And he said Robbie Ray throws a great fastball and an excellent changeup. That's foul right over the head of Buster Posey, who's on deck. Hello. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That on deck circle is very close to home plate.
Well, in this part, John, they do have the backstop screen that goes all the way from dugout to dugout.
1-2 the count. And foul off the right field line into the crowd. Still 1-2. Duffy hanging tough against Robbie Ray. Ray pitched for the Tigers in the big leagues last year and did not pitch well. He was in 9 games, 6 as a starter, and 28 2/3 innings, 43 hits allowed. He gave up 5 homers and had an 8.16 ERA. And they sent him away in the offseason in that 3-sided trade. And the changeup, an easy fly ball into right, waiting for it, Tomas. And Duffy battled him and still recovered pretty nicely on that changeup, but hit just as sort of a routine fly ball.
And I think Robbie Ray figured that if he was going to keep throwing fastballs, then Duffy was going to keep fouling him down the right field line. So he went with the changeup. As you mentioned, he's got a pretty good one.
Bradley said that often Ray will just throw the fastball changeup. That'll be his night. He's got a slider. He's got some other pitches, and they've been encouraging him to use those. And the high hard one, 0-1 to Buster. 314 average, 14 homers, 58 driven in. He has a 381 on base average. Giants have 3 of the top 6 hitters in the league for batting average. Posey, Panic, and Aoki. Out of play late on that fastball, and the count is 0-2. Buster is 5th in the league in runs batted in with 58. Buster fiddling with his batting gloves. 0-2 the count. 2 down. Panic, who hit a 1-out single, is at first. Hunter Pence on deck. And with the runner going, he strikes him out on that low fastball to end the inning. So now Matt Cain to the hill. The D-backs are coming up. No score. from the resort out there in deep right center field here at Chase Field. The Diamondbacks batting order now brought to you by your Northern California Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. A.J. Pollock, all-star in center field. David Peralta, left field. Paul Goldschmidt, who has a shot at a triple crown so far this year. First base, and he's hit very well against the Giants, as he often does. Yasmani Tomas, the Cuban emigre, in right. Jake Lamb at third. He had a great opening series against the Giants this year in April. Wellington Castillo, the catcher. Owings, the second baseman. Ahmed at short, and Robbie Ray, the pitcher, batting ninth. First ball swinging, a foul by A.J. Pollock.
Well, Matt Cain, 1-1 with a 4.09 earned run average. He has 2 starts, and the one in Miami kind of getting back on his feet, and then the second one against the Mets, very good.
He started Pollock with a changeup and now throws another changeup. Pollock takes it. 1 ball, 1 strike. He had been in those first 2 starts throwing a lot of first pitch fastballs. Pollock lunged at that first changeup and fouled it. Check swing. Did he go? Yes. First base umpire Jim Reynolds said that was a swing. Strike 2. Another off-speed pitch from Cain. Had some break to it. Running away from Pollock. David Peralta is on deck. Cain 14-7 lifetime against Arizona. That one looked like it stuck to his fingertips a little too long. 2-2.
Well, the first inning is always going to be vulnerable for any starter, but especially for veteran starters. If you're going to get guys like Greg Maddux or Randy Johnson or Schilling, he usually had to be in the first inning.
And that's a base hit into the gap, right center field. Pollock is going to test Hunter Pence, and he's got the double.
Yeah, you can see the defense. It's Maxwell, Pagan, and Pence in the outfield. Duffy, Crawford, Panic, Belt, third to first, and Buster Posey catching his old friend, Matt Cain.
Here's David Peralta. 267 with 8 home runs. 345 on base percentage. And the changeup drops down and in for ball 1. Runner at second, nobody out. Giants playing Peralta to pull. At the knees for a called strike with a changeup.
Yeah, a lot of off speed. Not a lot of fastball.
No. 1 ball, 1 strike. With Paul Goldschmidt on deck. Right up the middle, base hit. That was again at 83 miles an hour. And now first and third. Pollock just could not read if that was going to fall in front of Pagan or not, so he held up and then belatedly took off for third.
Well, not exactly how you want to face Goldschmidt right now, but you see that one just staying up. Peralta read it, and he hit it right back up the middle. So Matt Cain right now does not have his good control, and that's problematic with this guy at the plate.
First and third, nobody out. The Giants double play depth. Fairly deep, but near the track, Pence. That will get Pollock home, and Pence hurries it back into second. And it is 1-0 Arizona.
Well, the Giants might actually take that, because what they're hoping is that sacrifice fly was a rally killer.
Yeah, with first and third, nobody out, and the big hitters coming up. All of a sudden, they had visions of 2, 3, 4 runs. Well, they have the one, and that's where Kane is hoping to put an end to it. Here is Yasmani Tomas. .313 average, .351 on base percentage. And Peralta, who is hardly off the bag anyway, steps back on. Belt on the bag with him at first base. Tomas, a big burly guy. He looks like a guy who hit a lot of home runs, but as he has his first go around in the big leagues in 70 games, only 5 homers. And a fastball at 91 off the outside. And we haven't seen many of those so far.
No. Well, what you hope you get out of Tomas is a ground ball at one of your infielders. He's hit into 9 double plays. But having watched this guy, the one thing that he does so well is go the other way with power.
That one, it kind of took off away from the target of Buster Posey, but it worked very effectively. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tomas. And he has a look at the third base coach, Andy Green, Dave McKay, coaching over at first for the D-backs for Chip Hale, the manager, first-year manager. And the curveball in the dirt. 2-1. Tomorrow's game is an earlier start. 6:40, of course, tonight. First pitch tomorrow, a 5:10 p.m. first pitch. Jake Peavy for the Giants against Chase Anderson, and then the Sunday afternoon game at 1:10. There's Chip Hale. Madison Bumgarner goes up against Patrick Corbin, who is just back from his recovery from Tommy John surgery. Three and one.
Well, he just does not have the feel for it right now.
Buster Posey going to go out and chat with him.
This one jump up and get Buster right on the right shoulder. I mean, there is padding, but inevitably it just never seems like it's enough. Brandon Crawford, by the way, went in to say something to Matt Cain. At this point, if you're struggling, you're going to take advice from just about anyone.
Wow, that ball, a shot, and caught by Matt Duffy, who was ready to throw to first. Had Peralta been straying too far from the bag.
Yeah, just an atom ball, and Duffy at the last second reacts like you would expect he would. But Tomas hit it right on the screws. So that's 4 balls hit hard in this inning.
And that ball, 85-mile-an-hour changeup, but it was up. And back with the changeup again. So I want to say that his other pitches, other than the fastball, not really going where he wants to go, but the fastball is not necessarily going where he wants it to go either.
And maybe that's why Buster Posey's not calling it.
And back to the bag at first is Peralta. Peralta, as a base stealer, has 4 steals in 6 tries. By the way, according to the MLB at bat app, Tomas, that liner to Matt Duffy, left his bat at 103 miles an hour. And over the outside for a called strike with the off-speed stuff. Just about everybody in the inning has hit the ball hard against Cain. Pollock's double, 92 miles an hour. Peralta's single to center, 106 miles an hour. Goldschmidt's fly ball for the RBI, 97 miles an hour. So he's not fooling too many people right now. Peralta at first, 2 down. And back out of play. That was a fastball.
Well, it's in a good spot, too. It's where Buster Posey wanted it. So at this point, you know, if you're Matt Cain, you live obviously from pitch to pitch. And if you threw that pitch exactly where you wanted to, maybe you're starting to think, well, all right, it's coming. And then you hope you can walk off the field only trailing 1-0.
Stepped off the slab, looked Peralta back. Left-handed hitting Lamb at the plate. Jake Lamb hitting .280. There goes the runner. That ball is hit foul. Hit hard and foul down the right field line. And Peralta will go back to first. Jake Lamb, when the season began, the Giants were here. Opening night was April the 6th. And Jake Lamb did not even start that game. Still had 3 RBIs as a pinch hitter. Started the next day and had 4 RBIs, including a 3-run homer. Knocked in 7 runs the first 2 games of the season against the Giants. And he was injured for a good part of the rest of the first half. He's only played in 38 games, has 17 RBIs total. Almost half of those RBIs came the first 2 games of the year against the Giants. And he struck him out with a fastball. It was not easy that first inning for Matt Cain, but just the 1 run. Hunter Pence coming up. Fresh baked love at 425 degrees. On the road this year, the Giants have been hot. They have the 2nd highest runs per game total in the majors, #1 in the National League. First in the majors in batting average on the road, on base percentage, and slugging percentage. However, in spite of all of that offense on the road, they're currently riding a 7-game road losing streak. And there's ball 1 to Hunter Pence against Robbie Ray. Ray, in a 15-pitch first inning, threw only 2 pitches out of the strike zone. Hunter Pence, .283, 3 homers, 20 batted in. And the high fastball fouled. And that might have gotten a piece of plate umpire Mike Estabrook. Takes a moment to collect himself.
You're just not safe behind home plate, and that one did it. Nicked Mr. Estabrook.
Called a strike. He got the low strike there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And not quite for Ahmed. A single for Pence. Good hustle there by Peralta to cut that ball off in the alleyway. So Hunter Pence with a shot past the dive of Ahmed. And Ahmed's been a pretty good defensive shortstop.
Yeah. When Hunter Pence hit this, I thought Ahmed was going to get it. And you're doing something if you can get something by that kid, because The reason he's out there is because of his defense, and now lately he started to swing the bat. So the D-backs been very patient with him offensively, but defensively he's always had it.
Well, one thing that worked against Ahmed getting to that one was that it left Hunter Pence's bat at 108 miles an hour. Brandon Crawford, and he takes ball one. Crawford, who, just like he'd been doing for the Giants throughout the first half of the year, knocked in a run during the All-Star game. Knocked in the final National League run in the All-Star game. Crawford has 52 batted in the regular season.
Did you see what he said about his sacrifice fly?
No.
He said it was a rally killer.
Well, it was. Now, they were down by 4 runs, and he did not want to make it out of any kind, whether he got the guy home or not.
I told him, I said, that's a good line. He goes, well, I said it was true.
Well, I think the thing is he's in this group of Giants that they don't care so much about the personal stats.
Absolutely.
Because that looked pretty good in the box score if you're a Giants fan. A Giant who knocked in a run. But he wanted to do something to help contribute to them rallying for a victory. And that's what it's all about. And there was some kind of a breaking ball. And floated it over the outside. Strike 2 call.
Well, he's got back-to-back lefties coming up.
Brandon Belt is on deck. Pence at first. 1-0. Arizona leading. Second inning. And followed up that little slider with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and Crawford was able to fight it off.
Well, so far the scouting report that we received has been correct. Look for a fastball because you're going to get one, and it's usually going to be very early in the count.
That slider hung. Gapper, right center field. Pence, a fast runner, streaking toward third. Kelly waves him home, and Pence is going to score without a throw. It's tied up. Another RBI for Brandon Crawford, a rally starter in this case.
Well, take a look at the location, and John, you're correct. There was a hanger, and Crawford waited on it nicely and just hit it right into the gap. This is one where if you're Crawford, you're unhappy that you didn't hit it out of the park. And it's always nice to have this guy on first base if you hit it in the gap, because he's going to score. As big as he is, he can eat up some turf, and he scores easily.
So Hunter Pence got it started with a 2-strike base hit, and then Brandon Crawford knocks him in with a gapper to right center. 1-1, nobody out. Here's Brandon Belt. Called a strike on the outside with a fastball. I watched Belt's batting practice tonight, and he put on a show. He was peppering balls off that center field wall and the hitter's backdrop above that wall and off the balconies that hang out over the center field wall. And he planted a few in the seats in both right field and left field. And that was another hanging slider fouled back to the screen.
Yeah, another one you like to have back if you're Brandon Belt. See what he's done this season. Very streaky, and the Giants know that if he gets into one of his hot streaks, they have a tendency to go on a good winning streak of their own.
Pence talking it over with Ron Wotus, Giants bench coach. Nobody out, runner at second. 0-2. And that's popped up again, and this will go well back out of play behind the Arizona dugout. But he's thrown a few of those little sliders up above the belt here.
He's about another hanging slider away from not throwing it anymore.
Well, they've been after him to throw it more. Mike Harkey, the pitching coach in this club, he often has just thrown fastball changeup from what we've been told. The scouting reports show. Crawford at second. Well, that will not move him up. Just in time, the throw from Lamb gets Belt.
Now the Brewers are going to be at AT&T Park on the next homestand, July 27th, 28th, 29th. Monday and Tuesday are both night games, 7:15 starts, and then day baseball on Wednesday at 12:45. Brewers, Giants, sfgiants.com/tickets. Somebody's hurt. Or some concern from the pitching coach.
Mike Harkey out to talk it over with Robbie Ray, with Justin Maxwell coming up. It wouldn't be unusual when people are on base for Harkey to come out every inning.
Yeah, that's true.
You mentioned Milwaukee coming in when the Giants get home 1 week from tonight. The Oakland Athletics little interleague play coming up. The All Bay Area matchup at AT&T Park. Here's Maxwell. Maxwell's got power, and this is a good ballpark for a power hitter. Just a little bit low. Keep in mind, there have been some low strikes called, but Maxwell is 6'5". His knees are a little bit up further than many.
So the A's are coming in?
The A's. Can you believe it?
Yeah. So when do we start to dislike their announcers?
About 4 years ago. Want to know the count? Actually, they all do a great job, and I know you have a little animosity toward the TV play-by-play man with the A's.
Well, picked on him a long time. Why stop now, right?
That's right. Actually, he's the one who's got the animosity toward you.
Yes, he does.
2-0 the count to Justin Maxwell. The pitcher, Matt Cain, is on deck with first base open. Only one out in the inning. Ooh, wow. And that one, that could have been called a ball, and Ray wouldn't have been surprised. And as it is, Maxwell is like, what?
Yeah, well, that was not a strike. But if you got an umpire that's looking for strikes, you just hope that he does it for both pitchers.
2-1 now. And the spin move, and then the throw, and he throws it under the glove of Owings. It ticked the glove and skipped just past it, but backed up by Ahmed.
Well, you got to tip your cap to Ahmed. He's out of this play completely, but he just goes over in case the ball gets away, and it does. Otherwise, Crawford's at third. That's a huge 90 feet that young shortstop just saved.
2-1 to Maxwell. And a foul off the right field side. 2-2.
Well, if you're Justin Maxwell, you just saw one of Robbie Ray's fastballs, and that means you got to tune it up a little bit. Now, this woman here, she just hit the jackpot.
Usher asked, "Are you okay?" Says, "What do you mean, am I okay?
I'm fine.
It's the greatest greatest night of my life."
I'm fine.
Struck him out. Out number 2. He started off behind him. Got a gift from the umpire, and then ended up striking him out with the off-speed pitch coming in right after that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Here's Cain.
Well, Matt Cain is, over the years, has shown us that he can hit a little bit, so he can help his own cause here.
There was a time when Cain was the best hitter on the Giants pitching staff. Ball 1. Pagan is on deck. 1-1. A run is in. However, the inning kind of started breaking down here after Pence was knocked in on Crawford's no-out double. But Crawford is still over there. at second base now with 2 down. The high fastball. Kane has hit 6 home runs in his career. 540 official at bats. He's got some pop. 6 homers, 10 doubles. Madison Bumgarner. What has he hit? 8 homers in just the last 2 seasons now. And that's in there with a fastball. Strike 2.
So they're still delayed in Washington?
I thought they. Is it?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yep.
Because we heard that they had restarted, and then apparently the light switch had gone down, went down again. And that's all for Kane. The Giants have tied the score 1-1 as Kane will head back to the hill. (800-4-INJURY). If you've been injured in an accident, call 1-800-4-INJURY or go to 1-800-4injury.com. Tim Hudson, and right now he's scheduled to come off the disabled list and make the start in Game 1 in San Diego on Monday night. He had a right shoulder strain. Jeremy Affeldt began his rehab assignment last night with Sacramento. Apparently he hit 1 batter. Otherwise, had a very nice inning. And he had a left shoulder strain. Bruce Bochy said it might be Tuesday or Wednesday before Affeldt is ready to go.
And Tim Hudson, John, was another one of the players you're talking about that had a nice family outing in Tahoe.
In Tahoe?
Yes.
That was a big place for a lot of Giants.
Yep.
Gene Machi and his family went up there as well. Chris Heston, Hunter Strickland, and several Giants, including a couple of their former teammates who are still with Sacramento, like Brett Bochy and Eric Cordier, all went to Tahoe. All found out that the water in Lake Tahoe is really cold.
Yeah, it's my experience that you go in the water once, and then for the rest of your life, you never go in again.
It's a place where you can do the Swedish plunge right in the middle of summer. Swinging strike for Castillo. Now Castillo, going by past matchups with Matt Cain, is the guy who's had the most success, although he's only had 6 career at bats against Cain. He's 4 for 6. But Cain has already looked sharper in this inning than he was almost any time in the first inning. And he struck him out.
Nice.
Fastball, curveball, slider. Second strikeout for Matt Cain.
Yeah, watch the bite. And that's what you're looking for, and you're looking for that, and you're looking for that location. And if you do that the rest of the night, you're going to be just fine. Of which he, I don't believe, did it 1 time in the first inning.
I don't think so. here is Owings. In fact, I said fastball in there. I think those were all breaking balls. Slider, curveball, slider. And the strikeout. He was trying to establish that off-speed stuff in the first inning. That went in there at 89 miles an hour. Strike 2 called to Owings. Chris Owings, who has struggled with the bat in the first half, hitting only .227. Kane tried to put him away with a high fastball, fouled. Dodgers in Washington, you were mentioning they've had problems. The lights have gone down 2 different times. Dodgers lead that game 2-1, and they're in the last of the 5th inning. It's not yet an official game. That is a base hit. Well, that was a cutter, 86 miles an hour, but Owings, and it wasn't a hanger in the middle of the plate either.
Shortstop, number 13.
Nice bit of hitting there by Chris Owings, the 3rd hit for Arizona. And here comes Ahmed. You mentioned how Ahmed, excellent with the glove, but he was really suffering with the bat. But near the end of the first half of the season, he got it going with the bat. Now hitting .241. He was what around 200 or below.
Absolutely.
For much of the first half. 1-1 the score in the 2nd inning. His last 20 games of the first half, Ahmed hit .297. Kane out of the stretch, and the curveball is in the dirt.
Well, now you have to watch Kane to see if his stuff is any different than it was out of the stretch from the first inning.
He got into the stretch early on in that first inning, and he stayed in the stretch the rest of the inning. Middle infield, double play depth. Owings at first. 1 out. There he goes. Posey's throw. Not in time. Panic covering. Looks like the ball bounced. The short hop to Panic. Owings steals the bag.
Well, he got a pretty good jump. Plus, this is his 12th steal. He's only been thrown out once. He took a peek to see if Ahmed had taken a swing at the ball. And now the D-backs have a runner in scoring position. Everybody did their job pretty well.
D-backs stole 80 bases in the first half of the season. So that's a big part of their game. Crawford. And that's all for Ahmed. Owings takes 3rd, but now with 2 down, the pitcher, Robbie Ray, will come up. One score here in the 2nd inning. Colorado is playing in San Diego this evening. That game is in the last of the 1st inning. No score at Petco Park. In that one, James Shields up against Jorge De La Rosa. And Maxwell doesn't have to go very far for this one. And just like that, the inning is over. Hit pretty well by Robbie Ray. Runner stranded, on to the 3rd. Top of the order. Pagan, Panic, Duffy coming up.
1400 is Green Journal's 2015 Green Truck of the Year. Guts, Glory, Ram. Visit ramtrucks.com and learn more. Opening day this year here in Arizona, Angel Pagan went 3 for 4. A couple of doubles, a couple of RBIs. He was good that day. And he also made a sliding catch. I knew he'd do it in the bottom of the second inning.
Pagan hit a fly ball into fairly deep right center back in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1. And Pagan, as a right-handed hitter, has been at his very best. 371 average coming into play tonight, batting right-handed, facing Robbie Ray in this one. 1-1 the score, third inning. And with great pleasure, I give you, with the play-by-play, Dwayne Kuiper.
And with great pleasure, I accept with our partner being on assignment.
He's on assignment. Can't even remember his name when he's on assignment.
Kenko. Yes. There's the Dodger Nationals score, and they're still in a delay. Here's the 1-0 to Pagan, and Pagan takes a strike. Pagan hit a fly ball to right field to open up the ball game.
So that isn't a 0. That's a D for delay.
I don't know. If you, yeah, I can see a D in there. Pagan out of play. Might be 0 chance that they're going to start this game. Maybe that's what it is.
I hadn't really seen a D since high school.
As long as just one. More than one's an issue. More than one gets mom and dad's attention, at least in our house. 1-2 to Pagan with panic on deck. A 1-1 ball game. And Pagan goes around, so they're going to call him out. And for Robbie Ray, his 4th strikeout. Follow the Giants all season in 2015 with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. We use it every day, including right now.
Right now.
Before the game, I arm wrestled that guy and didn't turn out too well.
Yeah. You got a D in that arm wrestling.
A D. Here's Panic, who singled in the first. Well, nobody else seemed to wanted to do it, so I took the challenge.
You got to do it for a Giants fan.
Absolutely. There's a called strike.
That's a cool looking T-shirt anyway. I like that.
Yeah. His T-shirt's nice too.
I hadn't noticed.
Fouled out of play. It's 1-2.
There's a lot of good looking shirts in that section. Kid right behind. I like his shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, there are 2 of them there.
Yeah. They got their gloves. Panic takes low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Panic's base hit in the first inning went right up the middle. Well, this is in a lot of ways Giants territory. Spring training, their AAA team was here for years and years.
Phoenix Muni.
Panic out of play.
That's I think it's kind of an ongoing problem ever since the D-backs were born as an expansion team for the 1998 season. There are several teams that come in from out of town, and the ballpark gets filled up with a lot of fans of that visiting team, like the Giants or the Cubs, even the Dodgers.
Panic down the left field line. That'll be foul.
Giants had the workout here last night with the roof open. And it was over 100 degrees when the workout began at 7:30 last night.
Panic hits a high towering pop-up into right field. Tomas is over now in fair territory, and he makes the catch. That would be one that falls under the category of I just missed it. And here's Duffy.
So when you hit one that high, because it when you're sitting in the stand, especially when you're a kid, it's breathtaking, even though it's just a pop-up.
Right.
But it feels good off the bat.
Oh, it feels good, and you did everything right except you got underneath it by about maybe an eighth of an inch. Duffy hit a fly ball to right in the first. Here he drives one again down the right field line and out of play. Robbie Ray has thrown Duffy, I'm going to guess, 7 fastballs in his first at bat, and this lone fastball here in this at bat, and he's hit every one foul into the seats down the right field line. And he finally got Duffy to pop up on a changeup.
Well, that's one of the few pitches he's thrown that has not been in the strike zone so far.
This is lined down the left field line, and that'll be extra bases. So Duffy, who just before he hit the bag at first kept his helmet from falling off, and he's going to stand on second with Buster Posey coming up.
Robbie Ray been throwing a lot of sliders in this game, more than usual, and that one was up and sort of in under the hands a little bit, but maybe not in as much as he would have liked. And Duffy got the fat part of the bat on it for his 14th double of the year.
Well, I would suspect that the young guys, the guys that are playing all the time now for the Giants, Panic and Duffy, even though Panic did go to Cincinnati, still had some time off, and that's going to really help them the second half. Buster Posey struck out in the first time that he'd ever seen Robbie Ray. Here he takes one wide, and it's 1-0.
Well, you know, Panic, Crawford, Duffy, they're young guys, and they've been so productive that they've just been playing every day.
Every day. And it's a grind. And a strike, not a Buster Posey. So a couple of fastballs away to Buster Posey. And now they are back underway in Washington, D.C.
Last of the 5th inning. The Nationals have just gone ahead in that game. And now it's an official game.
There you go. The pitch. Foul down the right field line again and out of play.
Although I guess if they finally had to stop the game, now that it's an official game, it would be a suspended game. They'd have to finish it.
Escobar hit a 2-run home run. Here it's 1-2 to Buster Posey.
Bolsinger started that game, but after the lengthy delay, they brought in So from the bullpen.
Posey lines it to right, but standing there is Tomas, and that's going to end the inning. No runs. A double, one left. Top of the order coming up to face Matt Cain. It's 1-1.
The summer's biggest blockbuster isn't in theaters. It's Toyota's Summer Blockbuster Sales Event. Get blockbuster deals on every Toyota in stock now. Get a sneak preview at buyatoyota.com. 1-1, last of the third here from Arizona. I'm John Miller with Dwayne Kuiper. Dave Fleming will be along in the middle innings, shifting over from the radio side. Mike Krukow on assignment.
Here's Pollock, and Pollock, who doubled to open up the bottom of the first inning, takes a curveball down low. 1 ball and no strikes. Pollock, Peralta, Goldschmidt. Kane throws another breaking ball, and now it's 2-0. Pretty good feel for the ball in the second. So a 2-0 pitch coming up here to A.J. Pollock, and he throws him maybe a slider. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. All-star A.J. Pollock. He does just about everything well. Hammered to left. Maxwell looking up, off the wall. Maxwell gets to it. His throw into second is offline, and Pollock's got his second double.
Pollock hit a double to the opposite field the first time, and this one, that was a little cutter or whatever, just kind of sat right in the middle of the plate, and Pollock was right on it. And the Giants are fortunate that that one didn't go out of the yard.
Absolutely. So here's Peralta, who singled in the first inning. He hit the ball too hard. It did not allow Pollock to score. So Peralta coming up for the second time. And he takes a fastball inside. 1 ball and no strikes. No overshift for Peralta. The Giants do play Peralta on the infield to pull. Straight away in the outfield. Left center field, hit well. Pagan at the wall, and it's into left center field. Pollock's going to score. Peralta's got a triple.
That's the deepest part of this ballpark, out near that 413 sign. And Bruce Bochy is out of the dugout like he's are they going to claim that he, they're checking with the video room to Sean Dunston and Chad Chop.
I don't know if they thought maybe a fan touched it. Is that possible?
Let's take a look. 413. It's 407 to straightaway center. Deeper and deep left and right center.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Pagan, whether he could have caught up to that one no matter what he did, that's debatable. The Giants are not going to make any replay challenge on that one. But since he slammed his knee into the center field wall at AT&T Park a couple of homestands ago, that knee is still giving him trouble. So he's been loath to do it again.
So here's Goldschmidt, a run in. It's 2-1. And Goldschmidt does not go around. 1 ball and no strikes. Giants are going to play the infield back. This is a park where, if you're not careful, teams can throw up a big number in a half inning. And the Giants really want to avoid that here with Goldschmidt. There's a called strike. You see where Goldschmidt ranks in the National League. And I think the stolen bases are really dragging him down. He's 8th.
It's killing him. But the Triple Crown numbers, batting average, home runs, RBIs, he's first in both batting average and RBIs, and 5th in home runs.
In the park, Pagan will catch. Peralta will score easily. Goldschmidt with his second sacrifice fly, and it's 3-1.
He's been up there twice with a runner at third base and nobody out, and he has gotten him home both times. Getting RBIs, that's a big part of it. You got to have RBI chances.
He now has 72.
Giancarlo Stanton was the home run and RBI leader for a good long while. Now he's on the disabled list. And Goldschmidt and Arenado have both passed him.
Here's Tomas, who lined out to Duffy in the first inning.
Stanton still leads the league in home runs, even though he's been gone for what, 2-3 weeks?
Yep. Swing. Ain't gonna miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. So it's been the 2 D-backs in the top of the order that have hurt Matt Cain as that's bounced foul.
There it is. Well, he got to third and jumped up out of his slide, and the Giants wanted to check to see if he maybe was off the bag when he got tagged.
Out of play down the right field line.
So that's from our crew down in the truck. Jim Lynch, Jeff Kuiper, and I think that's because we were sort of wondering, well, what are they checking? But I think that's what it was all about.
I do too. You know, you can't slide a whole lot past our guys in the truck. 1-2 pitch. Fouled again. This one into the writer's section of this press box.
That begs the question about Peralta getting to third and jumping up. Why? Why did he jump up?
It also gives you an idea now how infielders really have to just keep the tag on all base runners when they slide.
Do not take it off.
Ever. Look out.
I mean, really, when you go back to most of the history of baseball, you slap a tag on a guy, get a quick tag on him,
and then get out of there.
I know the pop-up slide, that's pretty popular. But there's the pop-up into a jump-up, and that's not smart.
No, you can't do it anymore. And there's strike 3 call. D.
The lights have gone out in Washington again.
Third baseman, Shane.
I don't know what to tell you.
And this time, the lights have gone down in the top of the 6th with Washington leading. But again, for that kind of a thing, let's say they had to stop it. They can't get the lights back on. They will finish that game. It'll be a suspended game.
Now, as you mentioned, starting pitching, they've come out of the game. This is line foul. Their long men have started now, and maybe they have to come out of the game. I mean, after a while, you just got to stop it.
Well, the other thing is, and I don't know what the forecast is, they're in a power outage, but there could be rain. It's the part of the country where a lot of rain occurs.
Absolutely.
It could end up being rained out even while it's in a power outage.
This is lined into left center field for a base hit. So Lamb with the 3rd hit of the inning for the D-backs, and that'll bring up Wellington Castillo.
So at what point does it cease to be if they had rain? And I'm not saying they have any rain even on the way. I don't know what the forecast is, but when does it cease to be a power outage delay and go into being a rain delay, or then a rain out? because that's the third time. That's they're having some serious issues with keeping the lights on there at Nationals Park. Nationals lead that game 3-2 in the top of the 6th inning.
Dry in Washington, D.C. for the next 3 hours.
So you have your rain app there.
Absolutely.
He's plugged into it.
Dave's not impressed by those things. You're a little bit more impressed.
I'm it's like a miracle to me.
There's a strike too. Castillo, no balls and 1 strike.
You do that for Dave. He's like, yeah, I know. I checked that 3 minutes ago.
Well, he's kind of got this theory that men over 50 are really wired into the weather. Of course, he's not quite there yet. So I always make sure that I talk about the weather with you and not him. Because I don't like him to be right.
Well, he'll be over here in the 4th inning, so it's good for us to talk about this now.
Yeah, I should ask him about the weather, see what he's got to say.
Well, Dave, we didn't grow up in the era of retractable roof stadiums.
That's right. See, the guy behind him did. That would be Lee Jones.
He's got a really nice looking shirt on over there.
Yeah, he does. Kane a long wait, and now he steps off.
It's a 21 pitch inning so far for Matt Cain. The top 2 guys in the order have pretty much been the whole story for the D-backs. Pollock and Peralta. Pollock's had 2 doubles and 2 runs scored. Peralta has a single and a triple and a run scored. Otherwise, Cain's looked pretty good. Other than those 3 runs he's given up in the first 3 innings.
Yeah. Here's the pitch, and Castilla. No. 1-2. Jim Reynolds has had a couple of tough ones down there as far as check swings, and this is a tough one. Jim, were you absolutely sure?
He had that kind of look with his eyes, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, no, sir. Pretty sure.
Supposedly with a block, it's 2-2.
In umpire school, though, how is it that they tell them? How do they teach them the difference between a swing and not a swing?
I think this year they've called more check swings than ever before. Whether they had a meeting before the season started, I have no idea.
The rule book itself does not give it. You either swing or you don't swing.
On the ground, it'll be Duffy. Duffy wrestles this one and throws the belt, and that'll end the inning. John will depart. He'll come back here in the 7th. Dave Fleming will be in. It's 3-1 D-backs. leading the Giants 3-1. Over from the radio side is our partner, Dave Fleming. Dave, welcome.
You and I get to do a TV game together, at least a few innings.
We do, and just hasn't been easy for Matt Cain.
Not easy, not from the first hitter of the game. And part of that is, this Diamondbacks batting order, it's legit. This is a good offensive team.
Yeah, there are no easy outs. And what they seem to do is they just seem to grind you. And the Giants know what they've... In 10 games, they've only won 3 against the D-backs. So here's Hunter Pence to lead things off. The other thing that John and I were talking about, Dave, is what's going on in your hometown?
It sounds embarrassing, doesn't it?
It does. Here's Pence as Pence takes slow. We're talking about the third light outage in Washington, D.C. You think somebody's just got a plug and they're playing with them? Pulling it, putting it back in. Let's wait till the starting pitchers are pulling it. So now they're telling us in the truck that the umpire said enough is enough and they've suspended the game.
Well, it definitely felt a little fishy after the second delay. They finally get back to baseball. The Nats hit a 2-run homer and then they go out again.
Oh, my goodness. Where's Kruk when we need him to just challenge him and say they did it on purpose?
The Nats ops people be calling the Cubs ops people. Confer about that.
Pence fouls it out of play. He singled and scored in the second.
Kruk took it back.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Now, put him on a lie detector test to see if he actually meant it.
Yeah, that's a different question.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Crawford on deck. 3-2. Belt, Maxwell, Cain. Here's Bochy hoping that they all hit here in the 4th. Bullet foul. I asked Hunter Pence what he did for the break, and the one thing that he does is he enjoys the great city of San Francisco, and he stayed home. He's not a fly on the wall, let's put it that way.
He is out on the town.
And another rocket, and this one into the gap, and he's going to run. And what's he going to do? He's going to put on the brakes, and Pence is 2 for 2.
Tell you what, he looks live after a few days off.
Right to the outer half of the plate. And as we mentioned earlier, the beauty of Pence is for a big guy, he can run. And he doesn't ever back off. He is full throttle. As here's Crawford, who doubled in Pence in the second.
And I think he gets hot when he starts hitting those pitches away to right and right center field.
So Crawford got a hanging breaking ball. Here he takes a fastball high. We mentioned in the first inning about Robbie Ray coming into the game today. In his last 2 starts, 31 hitters that he faced, 31 he started off with fastballs. 31 out of 38. And here's a call strike.
That's a pattern.
So tonight he's faced 15 hitters, and he's thrown a first pitch fastball to 13 of the 15.
That's a pattern.
That's a pattern. And Robbie Ray will keep an eye on Hunter Pence.
Well, he's got a lot of talent. He's always been highly regarded as a young guy coming up through the minor leagues. But you can see he's not a finished product because he has, you mentioned the hanging breaking ball that Crawford hit. He's hung more than 1 or 2 of them. And you might feel like he's a little reluctant in a big spot to throw that pitch.
Well, he keeps that one down low. So that's a much better pitch than the one that Crawford doubled off of. It's 1-2. Brandon Belt is on deck. The Diamondbacks with 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. Crawford just got a piece. It remains at 1-2.
Well, the Giants had this spot in the 2nd with a runner at 2nd after Crawford's double, nobody out, and could not get him to 3rd. So now with the runner at 2nd, Pence, Crawford at a minimum would like to get Hunter over to 3rd base.
So it's 1-2. Got him. Crawford knew it. That's 95 at the knees. And I believe it's on the outside corner.
Good pitch.
Wow.
He's got a good fastball. We talked about those numbers that he likes to use it. You can see why.
So here's Belt. Belt bounced out to 3rd in the 2nd. And he pulls this one foul. Belt has to be a little disappointed in that at bat in the 2nd inning. He got a couple of hanging breaking balls, and the best he could do with it was he fouled them. What do they call them here? The golden oldies?
Yeah, something like that.
Or maybe that was 5 or 6 years ago they called him that. 0-1. 0-2. Golden glovers. Well, that's a golden footer. That's a bad move. You know why? Because inevitably when you try to knock it down by using your foot, you're going to step on the ball and you're going to flip.
Not good for a golden glover.
No. 0-2. 0-3. Now, Belt thought that this pitch was high. And if you watch Castillo, he pulls it down. And then maybe he helped out Robbie Ray. But if you're Belt, you go back in the at bat and you look at maybe a pitch or two you had before that, and you fail to put it in play. So here's Maxwell, who struck out.
And I do think this umpire, Mike Estabrook, he's been pretty generous on those corners. And Ray, more so than Kane, has taken advantage of that. He's going to those corners.
So here's Maxwell. Giants are trying very hard not to waste a leadoff double. Hit on the ground to Goldschmidt. And that'll end the inning. And that's what they do. Owings is going to lead things off.
McDonald's. Get great deals at McDonald's with the McD app. Download the McD app on your smartphone to get great deals at participating Greater Bay Area McDonald's. Visit McDapp.com.
Here in the desert, a 3-1 lead for Arizona. Bottom three in this D-backs lineup, it'll be Owings, Ahmed, and Robbie Ray facing Matt Cain. Owings singled in the second. High and deep into left center field. Maxwell looking out, gone. And it's 4-1. And that's the first home run of the night. I think it was a hanger.
Yes, it was. Well, Chris Owings, this is a lineup full of guys who've been swinging the bat well. He's the one guy who has not for Arizona until tonight.
So here's Nick Ahmed, and he takes a breaking ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
He's played every day, basically. Owings has in this ballpark. That's just his 3rd home run of the year.
Ahmed takes a strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. 4 runs on 7 hits for the Arizona Diamondbacks, who come in 3 games under 500. Giants just the opposite, 3 games over 500. The difference, the Giants won the last 3 games of the first half, and Arizona lost the last 3 in New York. One and 2 to the D-backs shortstop. And he tried to hit that inside corner and misses 2-2.
Well, one thing, there's no question, this Diamondbacks team is much improved. It's a much better team this year.
Rope down the left field line. Fair. Ball caroms away from Maxwell, and that's a double. Now watch this ball look like it's headed foul.
Close.
Very close.
That is a reviewable play. I'm sure the Giants are looking at it. Although Ron Wotus is not on the phone. One thing about this, we talk about this every time we come to Arizona. It's 4-1. Cain is not pitching well.
We're going to take one more look at it.
Yeah, I think it caught a piece of the line.
Just a piece.
But you play these games like you do games at Coors Field, where, I mean, it's only a 3-run deficit. So, I mean, whether it's Cain or somebody else, if you can figure out a way to keep the Giants even close, you put up numbers in this part.
Well, the Giants are going to get somebody up in their bullpen. Here's you see it just clip the outside of the line. We can't tell who it is.
I believe it's Yusmeiro Petit. And yeah, that's it.
So here's Robbie Ray, who's going to lay down a bunt, or at least try to. And Cain's going to spin around and bluff Ahmed, who was going nowhere.
I tell you one thing about this scenario. A.J. Pollock is on deck. He's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles, one of which almost left the yard. This could be Cain's last hitter.
Could be. Belt charging in from first, and the bunt is a good one, and the Giants are going to let it roll foul. The NBC Bay Area Investigative Unit is the largest on-air team of investigative journalists dedicated to holding the powerful accountable. You can watch award-winning stories that have helped make the Bay Area a better place at NBCBayArea.com/investigations. So Robbie Ray back in the batter's box here in the 4th inning. Belt again, inching down at first. Now he pulls the bat back, and he hits this one to Crawford, who spins and goes to third in the dirt, and Duffy tags him out. Nice play by both Crawford and Duffy.
Really good play.
I mean, watch. Crawford has to play this off to the side to get a better angle. And then he spins around. He does throw it in the dirt, but credit Duffy with a nice play. And then the tag is Ahmed really never reached the bag. That's it. Duff just blocked third base. Keep anybody from getting there.
That was kind of. There are not a lot of similarities when you look at Duffy and think about Pablo. That was kind of similar to what Pablo used to do.
I mean, they made a rule now you can't do that at home plate.
Yeah.
Clearly, third base is just fine.
No, throw up the roadblock.
So it's 1-0 to A.J. Pollock now with Robbie Ray at first base. A run in on the home run by Chris Owings. Kane misses away, 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, one thing, file it away for later when the Giants see Robbie Ray again, or maybe even later in this game. He can handle the bat as a pitcher. That's twice. 2 at bats where he looks very comfortable.
Kane at the belt. High fly ball to right for Hunter Pence. 2 outs. And here's David Peralta. Kane with 65 pitches. So the play by Crawford may have saved a run.
Huge. And you can see why the Diamondbacks did it, because Ray did his job well, but you wonder if Chip Hale's second guessing himself a little bit.
Well, you know, Robbie Ray did probably just about everything you wanted him to do. You're not supposed to hit it right at the shortstop.
But and it may not have been the wrong decision. But you know, the way Pollock was swinging against Kane, Hale's thinking, well, I should have just had him get the bunt down, move him to third, and then take any risk of that kind of out of the equation.
Yeah, you're playing more for a big inning if you let the pitcher swing away.
Yeah.
High fastball to Peralta. Well, the Giants have a lot of at-bats to get back into this game. They only trail by 3. Belt may be thinking, huh?
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Kane is due to lead off the 5th. In the dirt. Now it's 3-2. If Peralta were to think that he would probably get something to hit here with Goldschmidt on deck, he would probably be right.
Yes.
Three and two, the runner. Robbie Ray will go. He goes, swinging a bouncing ball, and Panic to his left has got it. And that's going to end the inning. So the only run, the home run by Chris Owings through 4, it's 4-1 D-backs. Wine Fest presented by Loca, the wines of Lodi, California. And it's a Wine Fest package. And it's a game against the Oakland A's. So the A's-Giants rivalry. You need a pregame ticket to be invited. And a complimentary wine tasting card. So remember, you need to have that special ticket. And to get the tickets, visit sfgiants.com/special events. And that'll be the first game home for the Giants after this road trip. 3 here and 3 in San Diego. We had speculated that Matt Cain may not lead off, may get pinch hit for, but that's not going to be the case. He is going to hit here in the 5th. And here to tell you about the Giants taking the lead here in the next 2 innings is Dave Fleming.
Oh, yeah. You can see it coming already.
Not trying to put the pressure on you.
Dessert night at the ballpark. Dessert bar.
Is your family a dessert family?
We're a dessert family, yeah.
Were you a dessert family when you were a kid?
Uh-huh, yeah. Matt Cain is hitting, and he takes ball 1. You?
Yeah. Well, not now. We were not really a dessert family once we started having a family of our own. But
so what are you trying to say?
When we were kids in our house in Wisconsin, we sometimes had dessert first.
Oh, that's that thing. I think that's that thing that we saw the opening series of the year.
Oh, that gigantic hot dog or bratwurst, or
2 donuts with some churros in the middle and ice cream and whipped cream on top.
So it's like a full pig with all this other stuff around it.
I think that's it. A very healthy option here at the Yard. Cain takes strike 2. Giants fans just digging right in.
You know, and our fans are going to at least try the cuisine at another park.
So, like Diamondbacks fans come to San Francisco, they get the crazy crab sandwich or the cha-cha bowl,
garlic
fries.
Yeah.
Giants fans come here.
Just give me the big hog and put a bunch of stuff on it. I would. You think there's meat in that?
No. Let's hope not. He's enjoying it, though.
Yeah, he's not sharing it either.
3-2 pitch. Cain strikes out swinging. Well, Robbie Ray did not make quick work of Cain, but ultimately he strikes him out.
And pitch count wise, he's not too shabby. 77 pitches. You know, if you strike out a lot of guys, he's now got 7 strikeouts. Your pitch count's usually going to be a little high, but so far so good.
Pretty impressive. This is the first time the Giants are seeing Robbie Ray, so that could be part of it. But Giants are a team that puts the ball in play. Giants are not a high strikeout team, and the 7 strikeouts in 4 1/3 innings. Pagan struck out his last time up. He's 0 for 2. He has done very well against left-handed pitching this year. Way inside, ball 1. It's just a handful of pitches, but the command seems a little erratic now from Ray. You have the top of the order up here. Maybe Giants fans will have something to cheer about. See if the top of the order can get a rally going.
Man, we need to cheer that couple up. They're bummed out right now.
Well, that's 4-1.
We made these shirts, and they've only scored 1 run. I mentioned to John, that's the guy I arm wrestled before the game.
How'd that go?
Not good.
Yeah, he looks totally worn out by it, too. Ball 3 to Pagan.
He liked the guy's T-shirt. I told him I like his girlfriend's T-shirt.
He's the strongest Giants fan in the house tonight.
He's not a guy I'd mess with.
Good hitters count here for Pagan. He hits that one hard into the hole. Backhanded play. Ahmed. Very good defense, and shortstop throws him out. He's good.
Well, it is the reason why he played when he wasn't hitting. They felt like they needed a solid defensive shortstop, and he's more than a solid defensive shortstop. He's a really good defensive shortstop.
On this quick infield, the ball hit as hard as that one was. I think that gets by most shortstops.
I mean, you don't get a chance really on fast infields to show your range, and he did on that play.
So 2 down for Panic. He was 1 for 2. He smashes that one back up the middle. He's had 3 good at bats. A 2-out single for the All-Star Joe Panic.
Well, there isn't any doubt that Joe Panic can hit, and then he hit a slide there that he wasn't getting as many hits as we were used to. And I think he just got run down a little bit, but he is off to a good start here in the second half. Nice level swing. Look at that.
Beauty. That's the swing that produces a lot of hits. I think you could say the same thing about this guy, Duffy. He hit a double his last time up. That might be good enough to score a run. But Panic aboard. He's been aggressive swinging at that fastball. I think that's a good approach against Ray.
Well, another first pitch fastball. That's what these Giants hitters are going to see. Duffy's hit came off of a breaking ball. I would suspect that Robbie Ray is going to keep throwing those fastballs away.
He will pay attention to Panic at first base. Not likely that Panic is going to try to steal a base unless they just completely ignore him. I think you could describe a bunch of Giants players like I often describe Panic. Not a base stealer, good base runner. Not going to try to steal a lot of bases, but he gives you value out there. Duffy right back up the middle. That's a hit for Duffy. Panic will stop at second. It gives Buster Posey a chance with 2 on and 2 out as the tying run. Well, the young kids who have played a lot seem to have benefited from the All-Star break. Looking very fresh. It's the 20th time this year Matt Duffy's had a multiple hit game. Only Tomas of the Diamondbacks has more. The Dodgers may lead the league in meetings. Diamondbacks, I believe, are second in the league in meetings. They like to meet. They got a pitching coach who likes to talk, Mike Harkey.
Chip Hale said, Mike, go talk to him. I need some Gatorade.
Well, every meeting, conference room, you got to have the coffee pot, the water, right?
There's a local kid right there, Chip Hale.
He's doing a great job. They have nothing but good things to say about Chip Hale. Well, Posey now has seen Ray twice. He's 0 for 2 against him. A chance here with 2 on and 2 out. Buster goes after that first pitch fastball, but fouls it out of play.
Well, look, Buster is a terrific fastball hitter. And he's seen Robbie Ray enough now to know that it's likely that's what he's going to get on the first pitch. And he tried to ambush that guy. But Robbie Ray was smart. He stayed away from him.
One strike pitch up and away. So trying to stay away again, but not tempting to Posey. When he came up the first time tonight, he got a big ovation.
He did.
Now, there are a lot of Giants fans here tonight. Giants have 7 hits against Ray. Up and away again. Good news for the Giants is if he's too careful to Buster, I mean, Buster will take the walk if you don't throw him strikes. And Hunter Pence is on deck. Pence has just crushed 2 pitches from Ray. Is 2 for 2 with a single and a double. If you walk Posey, Pence comes up with the bases loaded. Two on, 2 out. Posey, another foul. He hasn't quite yet been able to time up that Robbie Ray fastball.
Fastball away. There isn't much you can do with it except line it into the gap in right center field. In Buster's last at bat, he did hit a line drive right at Tomas to end the 3rd inning, and he did that with Duffy at second base. He may try to trick him though by bouncing one.
The 2-2. Posey lines it into right field. He went with the fastball away. Panic gets the stop sign as Tomas throws back in on 1 hop. And I guess with the Giants behind, I was surprised with 2 down. Tomas does have a strong arm. Giants did not want to take a chance for the 3rd out with Pence, as well as he's swinging the bat tonight. So Posey gets the hit, but it does not score a run.
Well, the problem when you play in these hitters' parks and it's not as deep as some other parts in the outfield, you can have a difficult time scoring guys from second base, even if there's 2 outs and the base runner is off at the crack of the bat. And it may have been that Panic would have been thrown out.
So now we'll see if Pence can come through. Bases loaded, 2 down. Strike 1 on the inside with a fastball.
So Buster did what we were talking about.
Yep.
He goes the other way.
And that's what Pence has done his first 2 times. And you notice Ray came inside with the first pitch to Pence. We'll see if he does that again. The 0-1 up and away.
Well, now due to this inning, the pitch count is become an issue.
Yeah, the bullpen's going. Rendell Delgado, right-hander, is up and warming. Great chance for the Giants here. Strike 2 call. And Pence thought that one was too high.
Yeah, Pence doesn't ever say much to an umpire, so for him to say something to Mike Estabrook, then he did indeed think that that pitch was not a strike.
Well, it was close, but you can see why Pence was not happy. 1-2 the count to Pence. Bases loaded, 2 down. Pence just gets a piece, stays alive on the off-speed pitch.
Now you figure that they were going to try to get Pence with something soft. Either that or try to get him with an elevated fastball. Because Pence right now knows that it's a bit of a high strike zone. So sometimes you can get a guy to fish.
Another 1-2 pitch on the way. Pence, an emergency kind of swing. That was a slider, and it was kind of a hanger. Maybe that's what Castillo's coming out to chat about with Ray.
Well, indeed it was a hanger, and the only thing that fooled Pence was the lack of velocity. Otherwise, that's a pitch you might like to ask for to take another shot at it.
Yeah, I think it was a slider that really acted like a changeup.
Yep.
And if Pence gets that one again, he may hit it a long, long way. 1-2. Pence, a foul ball. Back out of play. They went back with the fastball.
Well, he may very well be just in the swing mode. In other words, whatever Robbie Ray is going to throw, if it's within the ballpark, Hunter Pence may take a whack at it.
Seventh pitch of the at bat, and it's just high, maybe inside, but pretty similar to the pitch that was called a strike earlier in the sequence. This time it's a ball. 2-2. You see the base runners. Panic at third, Duffy at second, Posey at first. Now the 2-2. In the dirt, and it gets by Castillo. Panic breaks for the plate, and he scores. 4-2 Arizona. Giants will take it. Duffy and Posey also advance.
Feeling better.
Maybe not showing it outwardly yet.
I thought I saw a smile.
Oh.
You see a ball that Castillo did everything he could to try to stop, but not good enough.
Well, this would be interesting too, because now first base is open after that wild pitch. You got the left-handed hitting Brandon Crawford on deck. So we'll see if he wants to challenge Pence, where a base hit could well tie the game. The 3-2. Pence strikes out swinging. He went back with the slider and he got him. So the Giants get one, but we're hoping for the big inning. On to the bottom of the fifth, they still trail 4-2.
Your home for the most live sports. We're going to focus on Aramis Garcia, catcher. He's in Augusta, and you can see his numbers this season in 68 games. He's hitting .268. He's got a nice on-base percentage, nice slugging percentage, but he's red hot over his last 10 games, and he's got 5 home runs in his last 10 games. 22 years old. Keep an eye on Aramis Garcia.
He is a name to remember. Well, Kane still in the game against Goldschmidt. A slider for a called strike to start the bottom of the fifth. Giants got one, but just the one in the top of the fifth inning. Still very much a ball game with a long way to go. Good pitch. Strike two swinging. Goldschmidt did not look happy after that swing. The numbers are just ridiculous. Both times up, sacrifice fly. 0-2, check swing foul.
Well, the Giants would take that here.
Yeah, hit a sacrifice fly, Paul.
It wasn't that long ago. You and I were sitting in the radio booth, and my old teammate Buddy Bell's son Mike Bell, who is in charge of the minor league system here with the D-backs, came in and we had a nice little conversation, and you asked him, give me a name, somebody in the organization.
Goldschmidt, was that the name?
Yep.
Well, he makes it out and doesn't get anybody home.
And I remember you quizzed him about Goldschmidt. He said, you know what, we think he's really going to be good. And well, that might have been the understatement of the year.
I would say, but he's a guy. The Giants have had a lot of players like this recently, where in the minor leagues the reports were not future superstar, great player. Hey, he's got some power, but will it play at the big league level? I don't know. We never heard, oh, this is a can't miss guy. Tomas takes ball one, and really when Mike Bell told that, that's the first time we really heard, hey, this guy is a big leaguer. He's going to be a big part of our future. So the Diamondbacks believed it.
Now, what you said about can't miss stuff and this and that and all, that's what they said about the guy at the plate.
Yeah.
And look, he's turned out to be a pretty good hitter. Trying to find a spot for him to play, and it looks like they have now in right field.
He showed off a good arm in that top of the 5th inning rally. That was not a real good swing. Not that time.
Well, he likes to swing.
He does.
Here's that swing Dave's talking about. It's not one that you hope they take a picture of, and that's your baseball card for next year.
Well, neither that one. Strike 3, swinging 2 down.
Well, for Matt Cain, a lot of these guys he's facing for the first time. Well, now he can have a better idea the next time he faces the D-backs as to what to throw him. You read the scouting reports, you can watch all the video, but pitchers like it better when they can figure it out on their own.
Well, it is true. I mean, it sounds unusual. Jake Lamb takes a curve for strike 1. But because Cain missed the second half of last year, most of the first half of this year, a lot of these young Diamondbacks players he hasn't seen before. Lamb checked his swing. No, he did not. 0-2. It's the best stretch of pitching Matt Cain has done in this game. Trying to put away Lamb. Not with that changeup.
Well, he's thrown that pitch a lot. Matter of fact, in the first inning, for a while, we thought that was the only pitch that he was going to throw.
Well, he didn't get the one he wanted from Buster. Now he has it, and he got him swinging. Beautiful slider from Cain, and his first 1-2-3 inning. See if the D-backs go to the bullpen for the 6th when we come back. PG&E. Together, we're building a better California. Tonight, we're in Arizona. 4-2 Diamondbacks on to the 6th inning. And Arizona going to the bullpen. Robbie Ray goes 5. The starter comes out. And with Crawford and Belt coming up, 2 left-handed hitters, the Diamondbacks bring in the left-hander Andrew Chafin.
Yeah, you see his numbers. He's really had a good first half. He's 5-0. This will be his 35th appearance. 14 walks in 47 2/3 innings. So a good first year for this young man.
So Chafin takes over. 5 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs allowed by Robbie Ray. Brandon Crawford knocked in the first of those runs with a double in the second. Takes a breaking ball down and away for ball 1. Crawford 1 for 2 in the game.
And 3 for 4 lifetime against Chafin.
Which is the pattern for Crawford. He's just been so good against left-handed pitchers. I want a little bit of a slower slider at 81 miles an hour. Knocked in a run in the All-Star game. It's kind of a cool thing to say. He drives that one foul.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier with John. His quote about the sacrifice fly. He basically called it a rally killer.
Well, the National League was down at that point.
By 4.
They needed a hit rather than a fly ball.
But he said it with a smile on his face.
One-two pitch. He chased. Yeah, that's strike 3 swinging. A good slider from Chafin.
Well, hard pitch to lay off of. It's got that quick break at the end, and a lot of check swings tonight. And that one, not a check swing.
1 out, and here's Belt. And Belt, unlike Crawford, he's really struggling against left-handed pitching, which is unusual for him. I mean, there have been times in his career where he's hit lefties real well.
Yeah, and hit home runs, a lot of home runs off of lefties.
For whatever reason this year, that is not happening. Got fooled by that breaking ball. That's the one where Chafin takes a little bit off. It's more like a curveball than a slider. Well, I don't think the Giants are getting to the point where they're going to platoon Belt. He hammers that one foul. But I do think that they could look to target some of those Posey first base, Susac catching games more frequently when they face left-handers if Belt's numbers continue to look like they do against lefties.
Yeah, and certainly with Nori Aoki coming back sometime soon, maybe it stops then. But even at that, you know, Belton wouldn't play.
2-2.
I just think tonight would have been one of those where you might think that Buster would play first and maybe Belt in the outfield. Who knows? But I think Bruce Bochy wanted to start out the second half with Buster behind the dish.
He strikes out Belt, who is 0 for 3, 2 down.
Watch live TV now with the NBC Bay Area app. See breaking news, investigations from NBC Bay Area News, plus your favorite NBC shows live and on demand. All you do is download the NBC Bay Area app, select Watch Live TV Now from the menu, register, and you are good to go.
So here's Maxwell with 2 down. That pitch is inside. Will be interesting to see what Bruce Bochy wants to do. You got Joaquin Arias on deck. If Maxwell reaches, then he'll hit for Kane. because the left-hander Patrick Corbin goes Sunday, but that's Bumgarner's day to pitch, and Posey basically always catches Bumgarner. And you have a right-hander, Chase Anderson, tomorrow night. So I don't know.
I don't know.
I think there's a chance Posey catches all 3 games.
Very well could.
Giants fans in Arizona thinking about, hey, maybe a 2-out rally. It's 3-0 to Maxwell.
Well, that's what they had in the 5th, and they ended up having the scoring run, or the potential run that would have tied the game on at second base when Hunter Pence struck out.
That's ball 4. Maxwell takes a walk. We'll see. It does get Arias up there. Arias, who's always had success against left-handed pitching. Officially, that's it for Matt Cain, who goes 5.
And that's the first walk in the game. How about that?
On either side. Good point. One home run, if you're thinking home run to tie it up. Not a lot of at-bats this year for Arias, but way better against lefties than righties. That's ball 1. So Chafin against the right-handers, not throwing strikes. Arias is 3 for 22 overall against right-handed pitching this year, but he got 9 hits in 34 at-bats against lefties.
Wondering what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Well, you figure that he's healthy, and that's a good thing. Overall, at times, threw the ball very well.
2-0 to Arias. Giants being patient here against Chafin. And I think the takeaway for Cain is that his best pitching came at the end of his performance. So he could feel like maybe he found something, because it was not looking like he was going to get through even the 4th inning. That's a strike, and did not have to be. Arias thought that was ball 3.
We watched Joaquin Arias. He'll, in batting practice, play a little home run derby. He's very capable.
Pretty good cut there. Foul ball, strike 2. The Diamondbacks, I think it's Delgado once again who's up in their bullpen. So if Arias were to reach, it could be that Pagan on deck. Better from the right side than the left side. Might be it for Chafin. Giants would like to find that out. See if Arias can get on base. That's Enrique Burgos, not Delgado. Getting loose with some urgency. 2-2. That's in the dirt. Ball 3. Pagan waiting on deck. That does give the advantage to Maxwell with 2 down and a full count. Goldschmidt will play behind him. He can start as soon as he knows Chafin's coming to the plate. Ball toward the gap. Gives Maxwell a real good chance to score. There he goes. 3-2 pitch is hit toward the gap in right center field. Pollock on the move will get there for out number 3. Just short of the swimming pool. Arias hit it hard. Giants don't score. 4-2 D-backs, middle of the 6th. Diamondbacks, cloud connected security and storage solutions designed to simplify IT. Reclaim your network with Barracuda. I don't think there are any Barracuda in the swimming pool here at Chase Field. Hope not. 4-2 Diamondbacks, last of the sixth. And a new pitcher for the Giants after they used a hitter for Kane. It's the right-hander Gene Machi.
Yeah, Gene Machi. An inning or two where he got knocked around and his ERA ballooned to what you see at 4.98. But right now his job, keep it at a 2-run deficit, as the Giants have 9 more outs in this game.
In the best hitting park other than Coors Field you can find in the National League. With the Giants offense that averages 5 runs a game on the road or thereabouts. Long way to go. Castillo, Owings, and Ahmed for Arizona. Machi bounces his first pitch. Ball 1. Castillo 0 for 2 against Kane, who went 5, gave up 4 runs on 8 hits. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 5. Through 79 pitches, Matt Kane. That one way outside. So that's 2 pitches for Machi out of the bullpen that are not even close.
The count is here.
Wow. We see a lot of posies, a lot of panics, Pences, Mays. We don't see many Montefuscos.
He got one for himself and he decided to wear it to the yard. Maybe it's the one he wore when he played for the Giants.
Could be. And he didn't want to go in the pool. He wanted to wear his jersey and sit by the pool.
Yep.
We get it all figured out. 2-1. Strike 2. Good fastball. 92 miles an hour. Wellington Castillo, he's not a great overall hitter. He's got power though. 7 home runs. Takes that one for ball 3.
Now you can't walk the leadoff guy as you work yourself to the bottom of the lineup. So this should be a pretty good pitch to hit for Wellington Castillo, you would think.
Let's find out. Well, it was a pitch to hit. Just kind of a challenge fastball, fouled off out of play. One thing about Machi, I mean, he's been a valuable member of the Giants bullpen these last few years. And this season, one difference for him, it's not a huge number of walks, but 14 walks in 34 innings, only 22 strikeouts. I mean, that ratio in the past has been much better than that.
Absolutely.
Another 3-2. Another fastball hit foul.
There's Mike's son Chase, who now lives here in the desert.
So Mike's on assignment. He sends his kids to the game in his place, or at least one of them.
Come on, Chase. Get some runs.
I think that's the text coming in right now.
Yeah.
Castillo hanging in there against Machi.
And the other text goes like this. Yo, you're on TV. Don't embarrass the old man. Don't. Chase.
Well, I give Chase credit. He's not looking at his phone. He's paying attention to the game.
Absolutely. So he's not like his dad.
Yeah. Another 3-2 pitch. Castillo pulls that one foul this time. Locked in. You think he knows the couple that he's sitting next to?
I know he does.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
They're just not speaking right now.
They're a little bummed.
At a broken bat, flare, fair ball. Pence will come over and watch the ball skid along that sidewall. Castillo into second with a double. Kind of bad luck for Machi, but he just could not put Castillo away. That was the 10th pitch of the at bat.
Well, watch. This is not an emergency swing, but a swing where Castillo thought that it was too close to take, and he just pokes it down the right field line. Don't touch it.
He might have.
For comprehensive coverage of everything orange and black, check out pregame live and postgame live before and after every Giants telecast on Comcast Sportsnet, authentic Bay Area sports.
Well, we saw the hat off for Bochy, so you know what that means.
Never a good thing when he takes his hat.
Not good. Here's Owings. Shows a bunt. Takes a ball. Owings is having a big game against Kane. Was 2 for 2, single, and his 3rd home run of the year. You see the modest offensive numbers, to say the least. But a talented young guy. He hits that one hard to center field. Pagan got kind of a late break, but he gets there and makes the catch. Nice play.
Bad base running by Castillo.
And Castillo should have been ready to tag with Pagan's trying to sprint back.
Well, if you watch, look, if this ball goes over Pagan's head, you're going to score anyway, whether you're at second base or not. So that's why Castillo's got to go back and tag right now. There's no reason to try to get as close to third as you can, because if it's over his head, you're going to score.
So that's a little bit of a break for the Giants, because the Diamondbacks should have a runner at third with only one out.
Absolutely.
For Ahmed. Giants desperate to keep this a 2-run deficit. That's right at the knees. Strike one call.
I mean, if you're a third base coach, you can scream and yell all you want, but those things happen so fast that a coach in that situation really can't help you. You got to do it on your own.
Aaron Hill is waiting on deck. That's a ground ball to short. Crawford throws out his counterpart, 2 down. And it will be Hill who comes to hit for Chafin. This guy in the past has been a Giants killer.
Yes, he has.
He's not playing a lot this year. Part of that, a big part of that, is that the Diamondbacks consider this a rebuilding year, even though they're having a pretty good season, and they want to play the young guys. Chance to knock in a run for Hill. Runner at second, 2 down. He takes the breaking ball. Strike one call.
5 for 10 lifetime.
Hill against Machi.
2 doubles. First base is open.
Careful, careful. In the dirt with a fastball. Not the split, not the forkball. That's not easy for Posey to handle that one.
Dug it out like he was playing at first.
Buster has become, I mean, he always looked comfortable over there. He's become a really good first baseman, which is not a surprise.
There will be a day when he will decide that that's where he's going to play.
Two and one. Probably not in the real near future. The Giants have far and away the best offensive catcher in the game, and it's a huge advantage when you get that much offense from that position. Hill to center field. He hit that one hard. Pagan all the way back. It's over his head. And that will score Castillo. Aaron Hill, he's got that ownage. Does it again. Too much. 5-2. That's a big run.
That is a big run, and it's a disappointment because you caught a break with Castillo not tagging up. And now Bruce Bochy is going to go to Cantos. Big run.
We'll be back.
Here in the 6th inning, a 2-out double by Aaron Hill, and now you see George Cantos, who's going to try to keep it at a 3-run deficit. He's had a fabulous first half. See what the opposition's hitting against them. And as far as inherited runs, he's been perfect. So it'll be Cantos going after A.J. Pollock, the All-Star, and it's 5-2 D-backs.
He's the only reliever in the big leagues who can say that. Has not allowed, only reliever who's pitched a certain number of innings, has not allowed an inherited runner to score, and he inherits that runner at second here. Very good hitter, A.J. Pollock at the plate. The point that we made when it was 4-2 stands still at 5-2. You got to keep it as close as possible in this park and give yourself a chance, because it's a great place to come from behind. Pollock has had a big night. 2 doubles, 2 runs scored. Takes low from Cantos. A Notre Dame guy at the plate, a Northwestern guy on the mound. Pitch. Strike 1 with the foul ball.
You know, some of the teams that are going to be involved in the wild card, and look, you start looking at those teams and their scores, but it is fun just to keep track. Mets lost tonight. Cubs lost tonight. Just a couple.
Yeah. Pollock on the ground. And that record for Cantos is going to stay perfect. Amazing. What a year he's having. A run for the Diamondbacks. John comes back to join Kipe in the TV booth. Top of the order coming up, 5-2 Arizona.
AT&T Park. You say, well, when? Well, the series will start July 24th. The Saturday game, the first 30,000 fans are going to receive a Hunter Pence gnome courtesy of Blue Shield of California. Get your tickets, sfgiants.com/tickets. 5-2 D-backs. Enrique Burgos is the new pitcher. Burgos 1-2 of the 360 earned run average. This will be his 21st appearance, and he'll go after the top of the lineup, and it'll be Pagan, Panic, Duffy, Posey, Pence, and Crawford. John Miller is back as Pagan stands in, and Burgos, the third pitcher for the D-backs, and he throws, and it's a fastball at 95 for a called strike.
He's from Panama City, Panama, 6 feet 3 inches tall, listed at 251 pounds, big and strong, and obviously he throws hard.
Pagan trying to lead this inning off by getting on base, and that pitch is high. 1 ball and 1 strike. You look at Burgos, hard throwers sometimes have trouble finding the strike zone. 10 walks in 20 innings. But also in 20 innings, 31 strikeouts.
Wow.
And he's only allowed 16 hits. So he's made it difficult for hitters to get on base. And right now he's in front of Angel Pagan, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And it's low to even the count at 2-2.
Well, his whole career has been similar to that. 364 innings in the minors before this year. 246 walks. So his control in the big leagues has been better than most of his career. 6 walks per 9 innings in his career in the minors, and more than a strikeout per inning all through his minor league career.
So he knows how to pitch for the strikeout. And he gets one here as Pagan goes down swinging. And that's the 11th Giant to strike out tonight.
8 of them by Robbie Ray in 5 innings, and then Chafin had a couple to start the 6th inning.
So here's Joe Panic, who's 2 for 3. And Panic looks at an off-speed pitch for a called strike.
87-mile-an-hour slider. So whatever he throws it hard.
And just wide to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants have never led in this game. It was tied at one point 1-1 after 2 innings. Panic lifts this one high and foul and out of play. Went for the D-backs, a 2-run third. Owings a home run in the 4th, and then Aaron Hill a pinch hit double to knock in Wellington Castillo in the 6th inning. So Panic trying to reach for Duffy and then Posey, and he'll take wide 2-2. This is game 1 of a 6-game road trip. 3 here and then 3 in San Diego before the Giants come home. And the 2-2. And Panic with a line drive into left field, a base hit. Over the leaping shortstop Nick Ahmed. And Panic has got his 3rd hit of the game. Boy, nice piece of hitting.
And that ball had some serious movement running away from him, but he just went right with it and got the fat part of the bat on it and hit a shot toward the gap in left center. It was cut off out there by Peralta.
So here's Duffy. Duffy's got 2 hits. So Burgess with a called strike, and it's 0-1.
Looked like a big break on that slider that time.
9 hits for the Giants, 10 hits for the D-backs. And Duffy takes it high and tight. 1 ball and 1 strike.
The StatCast on the MLB app said that Joe Panik's base hit left the bat at 101 miles an hour. There have been a lot of hard hit balls in this game tonight on both sides.
Duffy, base hit, right field. Will he go for 2? He will not. Panik ends up at third, and Buster Posey's coming up. Another hit for Duffy, his 3rd hit of the game.
There hadn't been so many of those for the Giants.
Oh.
Just a little flare along the right field line by Duffy. So both he and Panik have 3 hit games going now. And here's Buster, who has had the only hit tonight by a Giant with a runner in scoring position, although it did not score anybody. That loaded the bases back in the 5th inning. And listen to all these Giants fans here.
They've got a good chant going. So here's Buster Posey with runners at the corners. Buster struck out in the 1st, lined out to right in the 3rd, and then hit that line drive base hit into right field in the 5th. First pitch, low and away, 1 ball and no strikes. So the Giants trying to do just more than get that run back that they gave up in the 6th. Move the line along, or if you can run into one, tie it up. And now Castillo's going to go out and have a word. Oliver Perez, the lefty in the bullpen, he is getting loose. And that's because Crawford and Belt are lingering. Although Pence is on deck. And then Crawford and Belt.
There's the veteran lefty. Well, the last, I mean, you always want Buster up there if you're a Giants fan in a spot like this, but in the last, 2.5, 3 weeks, he has been especially big at cashing in spots like this.
Foul back. You got a breaking ball up, and it's now 1 ball and 1 strike.
He had an amazing at bat in that 5th inning against Robbie Ray, who literally never threw him a strike.
Did not.
And the pitch that Buster hit for the single to left must have been 9 or 10 inches off the outside, at least.
A ball and a strike to Buster Posey. 1-2. 95 from Burgess. One and two. And Burgos with a soft toss. Yeah. Possible Duffy might go. But you would like Hunter Pence to get up if Buster Posey were to make an out. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Buster has been very tough to strike out this year. Well, Chip Hale and his staff seem to feel that there's a good possibility that Duffy may be taken off. Buster, by the way, in 306 official at bats, has only 30 strikeouts. He's had more walks than he's had strikeouts.
1 and 2. tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Came back with another 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And I think Burgos and Castilla both thought that they may have Buster Posey set up for that inside fastball, but he missed. So we'll see what Burgos goes with here. 2-2. Driven to right. It's going to be Tomas who's going to catch. And it'll be a late throw with Panic scoring. And it's 5-3 with Hunter Pence coming up. Time for our BMW Drive, the ultimate driving machine at BayAreaBMW.com. May 1st, 2013, here in Arizona. Hunter Pence hit one 460 feet off of Brandon McCarthy. Second longest home run of the season at Chase Field. Jay Bruce hit one 472. Giants will take that here. Pence is 2 for 3.
'59th RBI by Buster, although he looked a little disgusted that he wasn't able to do more than that.
I think he was. Swing. Going to miss. No balls and 1 strike. A challenge, fastball at 96.
That, by the way, was Buster's 18th run batted in his last 16 games.
Oh, 0-1 to Pence. Pence hits a high drive to right. This one is out of here. And this game is tied. He's been going the other way the whole night. And this time he clears the fence. And listen to the Giants fans here at Chase Field. And Chip Hill's coming out. Chip Hill's thinking, just get me past Pence. And he didn't.
Well, it was a fastball and it kind of leaked out over the heart of the plate. And Pence, and he'd been hitting the ball with authority the other way. That ball was up maybe near the top of the strike zone, maybe even a little bit out of the zone. But for the second time tonight, he hit one with authority into that gap in right center. And this one out of here, as you said.
Ties it up. We'll be back. Three runs here in the 7th. they did it with a couple of singles, a Buster Posey sacrifice fly, and then Hunter Pence, his third hit, left the park. Oliver Perez is the new pitcher. Perez having a good year, 1-1 with a 380 earned run average. This will be game number 40. But he too, like some of these other Diamondbacks relievers, he can walk some people. Although that did not hurt Burgos. The home run did. So here's Perez facing Brandon Crawford, who's 1 for 3. With Brandon Belt on deck.
Well, Perez has been especially effective against lefties this year, who are hitting only 163 against him.
Crawford tries to bunt, and he bunted through it on a breaking ball, and it's 0-1.
Not a bad idea. That third baseman, Lamb, was not only deep, but he's what, 30 feet wide of third base. There's an invitation to him, and he's done it before this year.
Crawford to right. Side retired. The big blow, Hunter Pence. It's his 4th of the year to the opposite field. Game tie. Special with a great deal on a Honda. Now it's your Honda dealer. Opening day, April 6th this year against these D-backs. 8th inning, Affel struck out Peralta with 2 runners on to end the inning. And then Santiago Garcia pitches a 1-2-3 inning, including striking out Goldschmidt to end the game. Giants won that ball game 5-4. Here it's 5-5 after Pence with the big hit is Cantos to face David Peralta here in the home half of the 7th inning. 5-5. Cantos to Peralta. Down low, 1 ball and no strikes. Duffy off the line at third, but in. Crawford shading Peralta to pull. And a strike. Fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield straightaway. 26,922 here at the park tonight. Giants fans well in attendance. Fly ball center field. Pagan again moving back, still moving back, and he can't get it. And Peralta is on his way to third, and he's going to make it.
Well, it's been a tough night out there for Pagan. Several balls have made it over his head. This one, he went back on it, and it seemed to surprise him. He seemed to slow up a little bit there for a moment, and only to realize, oh, that one's still going.
Well, it gives you an idea how live this ballpark is. So here's Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt is 0 for 1, a couple of sacrifice flies.
Second straight triple for Peralta, his 6th of the year.
Infield now in, and it's wide, 1-0.
They have 11 hits due to the D-backs. But it's not just the number of hits. 11's a lot. 7th inning. There's Osich, the lefty, getting ready in the bullpen, but they have 8 extra base hits out of their 11 hits.
Goldschmidt goes the other way, out of play.
Goldschmidt, who finished the first half of the year in a slump, and tonight is 0 for 1 and 2 other fly balls with a runner at third that knocked in the run. He's got another runner over there right now.
One ball and 1 strike. And that runs inside. No swing. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, the guy on deck is a double play threat, but there's nobody out right now, so there's not a whole big upside to walking Goldschmidt.
And if you're Contos, you're just not going to challenge him. You're still going to work the corners. And you walk him. So here's Manny Tomas.
Well, this inning has not gone well for Contos so far, and he wants a strikeout now. He doesn't want a double play ball and give the go-ahead run that could be the winning run this late in the game. But he's out there not Rigetti, which is always interesting. Usually he goes out there to make a change, or he has some specific things he wants said.
So it's Tomas after Bruce Bochy with some stern instructions to what he wants to have happen here in the 7th inning.
Now batting, right fielder, Yasmani Tomas.
So here's Tomas, who's lined out, and he's struck out twice.
And we've seen that he will chase that breaking ball out of the strike zone away. King got him to chase a couple of them back in the 5th inning for the strikeout.
And he wants to swing, although he doesn't there. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Lamb is on deck. Giants playing their infield not all the way, but really don't have to on this fast infield. Throw to third. And remember, you can't fake it to third. You got to throw it. It looked like you jammed his right hand. It's 1-0 to Tomas.
That's a pretty good idea, I thought, because it looks to me like they ground ball to one of the infielders. They're going to go after him if he breaks for the plate.
On the ground to Crawford. Crawford is going to go to third, and they got him. Nice play.
It was really interesting because the ball would not hit all that hard, and yet Peralta did not break for the play. But he was far enough off the bag that Crawford still was able to nail him, trying to get back to third.
The beauty of this play, John, is a shortstop. You got a bunch of things going on at the same time, including trying to catch the ball, and what is that runner doing at third? And Crawford did all of those. We got a new pitcher coming in. It's 5-5, and we'll be back. A bit with Peralta being thrown out at third. And you see Josh Osich as he comes in. And for Osich, it's be his 7th appearance. 5 1/3 innings. A couple of walks, 4 strikeouts. And he's going to be facing Jake Lamb.
That play, you touched on it a little bit. As a longtime middle infielder in the major leagues, you touched on all the things going through Crawford's mind, things that he's having to read, and Peralta obviously was getting ready to break for the plate at some point, likely at the point where Crawford went to second base to try and start the double play.
He had to take one look to see where Peralta was before he made a decision, and he thought Peralta was off too far. Look out. So that backfires, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. So right out of bed, Buster Posey's got to try to stop that one. And now the lead runner's at third.
And not a whole lot of time to try and stop it on a pitch coming in 94 miles an hour.
Fouled at the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
So the infield is in again. And Osich would love to get the strikeout. As Hunter Strickland, a hard-throwing right-hander, is now throwing in the Giants bullpen. There's Strickland.
Well, the beauty of Crawford's play was is you kept the lead run obviously from scoring, but you also wiped them off the bases, and then the wild pitch puts everything back in favor of the Diamondbacks. Wide, 2 balls and 1 strike. Not a lot of margin for error late in tie games. And this is late. So it's 2-1 to Jake Lamb. Two.
Also a difference here than when Peralta was at third with nobody out. Now you have one out. Could well be that Chip Hale will have Goldschmidt running on contact. So no matter what kind of ground ball is hit, he may be breaking for the plate.
And you do that because you have runners at second and third. And if the runner's out at home, then you still have a runner in scoring position. Right now, Osich pitching for the strikeout. 3-2.
It would have been interesting if Peralta had just broken for the plate. Crawford moving to his left. The ball would not hit that hard. As the rain has begun to fall. A lot of rain in the forecast for the weekend here in Arizona, and it has begun outside.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Got him. 96. And now we'll see what Bruce Bochy does. We got a leak.
Going to get the tarp out. Wait a minute. There is no tarp.
Look, where we're from and what we're going through with the drought, anytime we see rain, it's like, this is great.
Yeah. Let's put some buckets out there.
Come on.
Well, it's great to have somebody you can bring in for the bullpen when you need a strikeout, who can get a strikeout. And Osich, that's what he wanted. That's what he needed.
Well, even after the wild pitch, he comes back and he gets the strikeout. So nice job by that kid. It's 5-5. We got a leak.
Not just that leak we saw back near the backstop, but there's a leak. And you see Strickland looking up at the roof. It's right near the pitching slab on the mound.
And the only guy I can think of that actually would like that would be Gaylord.
Why would Gaylord like it so much?
He might just hold that ball out there. Oh, it's
I didn't do it.
A gift from God.
Why didn't they have retractable roof domes with leaks when Gaylord played?
Here's Strickland to Castillo, and it's down low, 1 ball and no strikes. Guys are hanging on to this tie game. The Diamondbacks an opportunity here in the 7th, and so far they haven't cashed in. Wellington Castillo is 1 for 3. and this pop-up is going to be out of play, although Buster Posey does come back.
I guess that spot that was getting wet on the pitcher's mound was not anywhere on the spot that Strickland would worry about it. You see that there's still water dripping there.
It is
very close. And he still kicks out. There's the rain outside. You know, they've had some problems with the roof here. You may have seen on some of the shots, a lot of grass on the field has died because they were working on the roof the first 3 days of the All-Star break and had it partially closed, and the grass was not getting sunshine that it normally needs.
And a fastball at 98, 1-2.
Well, that is a weird thing to have happening. It's raining in a spot just a few inches away from where his foot is pushing off on that pitching slab.
One ball, 2 strikes. Out of play. Another fastball.
Machi was throwing fastballs to Castillo back in the 6th inning. And Castillo was having a hard time getting around on him. Fouled a lot of them off to the right. And then finally, the 8th consecutive fastball. And he hit it very softly off the end of the bat, but right past first base fair for a double. And eventually that turned into a run.
Got him. And that'll end the inning. What a comeback for the Giants bullpen. A leadoff triple wasted. 8th inning. Tied. .4:30. Giants pregame live before Game 2 of the series, and then we'll be back with you on NBC Bay Area and the Giants Television Network next Friday at 7 for the Giants and the A's from AT&T Park. So here it's a 5-5 ball game. The grounds crew working the mound for Oliver Perez. It didn't seem to affect Hunter Strickland, but Perez maybe puts that plant foot in a different spot. So we'll watch to see how this affects Oliver Perez, although he may be only facing one hitter, and that's Brandon Belt, who is going to lead off this 8th inning. It's 5 runs, 11 hits, no errors, 7 left for both teams. And what a terrific job by the Giants bullpen
after Peralta led the inning off with a triple. So here's Belt, and here to take you the rest of the way here on the TV side is John Miller.
Well, Brandon Belt is 0 for 3 in the game against Robbie Ray and then Andrew Chafin. So he's been facing all lefties all night. And this will be his 4th consecutive at bat against a lefty. And Belt has only had 8 hits and 56 at bats for the year against left-handed pitching, a 143 batting average. So it's raining very hard in one spot here. And they did work on that wet spot, which is it really is the spot that Perez works from, that third base edge of the slab. And he gets the high curveball for a called strike. Big strike zone most of the night from Mike Estabrook. You see just off the side of the slab, rain is falling out there. And Perez, he'll give you different looks. That was the full Monty Louis Tiant, swivel around, turn your back on the hitter, and then swivel back around. But he won't always do that.
Yeah, and a lot of times lefties that do that will not do it when they throw a fastball.
Well, he doesn't do it here, and it is a fastball, and he blew it right by him at 88 miles an hour. Belt has grounded out to third and twice struck out, once looking. This was after he really was hitting shots during batting practice, and has not translated into the game so far. The bloop falling in there. Peralta picks it up, and what happened to Perez there? The ball falls one moment, then we check on Perez, and he's sitting on the mound. And here comes Chip Hale, the manager, out. Let's see what happened to Peralta, or to Perez.
It was in anguish.
I made a great pitch, and he hit a pop up, and that's it. Nobody can catch it. Well, that's all for him. Hudson had been warming up, the hard throwing right-hander, with Maxwell due up, runner at first, nobody out. And now Adrianza has come out with him. Justin Maxwell was due up, and that's when the right-hander Hudson was summoned from the Arizona bullpen. And so Gregor Blanco went out there instead with a runner at first and nobody out. The hard-throwing right-hander Hudson into the game. He's averaged a strikeout per inning for the year.
Well, this is interesting, John. And I'm going to guess here that if Bruce Bochy was going to bunt, then he might hit Adrianza instead of Blanco. But given that Blanco's coming up here now, I might be a little surprised if he is going to.
Well, and the point is, Blanco has been one of their best hitters here for the last month or so. His average for the year is up to .313 and a .383 on base percentage. But he's also a guy who can bunt for the hit.
Yep.
The third baseman, Lamb, is shallow in deference to his speed and ability to lay down a bunt.
And you know what? He's going to bunt.
So you saw it.
I did.
And that's what the D-backs saw as well.
If I saw it, the D-backs saw it. Unless Gregor Blanco is one of the shiftiest guys that I've ever seen.
He could be. Gregor shifty. Come on.
Shifty.
96 miles an hour, too low. Would have been tough to bunt that one. 1 ball and no strikes. You think that means something? Or does he just have a little itch on his nose?
Itch on his chin.
Signal? No, an itch. And maybe a signal. Big hole open on the right side with Goldschmidt on the bag holding against Belt. Belt is back. And Blanco, you know, lately we've seen him execute that drag bunt where he carries the ball with him up the first base line. He's had a couple of those lately. But he also has that big hole to shoot at if he can pull one here on that same side. Couldn't catch up with that one. A foul tip. 1-1.
Well, Hudson's not an easy guy to pull. I mean, that last pitch was at 96. So if you're going to do that, you're going to have to cheat a little bit, meaning that you're going to have to start your swing a little earlier. You do that, maybe swing at some bad pitches. I mean, if you're Blanco right now and the manager's letting you swing, I would not try to do anything other than just hit the ball hard back up the middle.
5-5, 8th inning. Nobody out. Runner at first. Dug out of the dirt. Another 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-1. A new ball put into play. Adrianza, with the pitcher's spot due up next, is on deck. Belt got a bloop single into shallow left center against Oliver Perez. He's at first. Hudson is the 5th Arizona pitcher used tonight by Chip Hale. 2-1. There's the bunt. Tried to push it third base side. Lamb, who had been shallow earlier when Blanco first got up there, he had moved back that time, and Blanco spotted it, and he tried to push the bunt over there, but fouled it.
And you can see that, John, that was not a sacrifice. That was trying to bunt for a hit.
I remember a longtime baseball man, a player, manager, coach, minor leagues, major leagues, Connie Ryan. Did you ever know Connie Ryan?
Oh, well, absolutely.
He used to call a bunt like that the double dip. Bunt for the hit, but at the very worst, get that runner over. 2-2 now. And he threw him something off speed. And a foul. He left it up.
Well, I love the double dip, especially if you're a good bunter, because it's a win-win.
So you either get the hit or you get the sacrifice and no at bat.
You're going to help your team one way or the other.
2-2 to Gregor Blanco. Middle infield is shaded toward the middle, double play depth. And it came after that 85-mile-an-hour change up or whatever it was, 97 miles an hour with the next one. And Blanco was able to fight it off.
Well, he's got a good at bat going right now. Plus, he's seen Hudson's best velocity. And the more pitches you see, the better at bat you're going to have.
That was the 7th pitch of the sequence from Hudson to Blanco. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. Five to 5, 8th inning. The Giants were down 5-2 into the 7th inning. They tied it with a 3-run 7th. Now they're trying to get more here in the 8th. Belt at first, nobody out. And 98 miles an hour. Hudson's reaching back and finding even a little more. But Blanco keeps fighting it off. Hudson, he threw that one so hard he couldn't stay standing up.
Well, it's not raining in the spot where they're falling down, so that doesn't have anything to do with it. It just is a little bit odd that after there was a hole in the roof, 2 pitchers have fallen down in the general area.
2-2 the count. That was a changeup, and Blanco, he just can't get it past Blanco right now.
And the only way right now that Hudson has got a shot at getting Blanco to swing and miss is if he throws a pitch out of the strike zone. Because right now, everything that Hudson's thrown in the area of the strike zone, he's at least made contact.
So we'll see. This will be the 10th pitch of this battle. Hudson versus Blanco. And Belt back to the bag over at first. And Gregor really hanging tough. He has been one of the Giants' best pinch hitters this year, hitting .333 as a pinch hitter, 5 for 15. He is the pinch hitter here for Maxwell. 2-2 the count. And he struck him out with a changeup out of the strike zone. That was beautifully thrown.
Well, Blanco had opportunities to put the ball in play. This was the best pitch that Hudson threw in the entire at bat to Gregor Blanco, and he strikes him out.
Now Adrianza will come up, and prior to that, Mike Harkey, the pitching coach for the D-backs, will go to the mound for a chat with Daniel Hudson.
Now this is just a scouting report on what the D-backs have on how to get after Adrianza.
So they've conferenced now Adrianza with Belt still at first and 1 out. Adrianza, who's only had 11 at bats since being called up from the minor leagues. He's had a single and a double and a run batted in. 2 hits and 11 at bats all told. He was hitting .316 in AAA with Sacramento when the Giants brought him up. He's a switch hitter, batting lefty here against the right-hander. Hudson, a fastball too low. So with all the stuff that Blanco saw, you just kind of tip your hat to Hudson. He executed the pitch brilliantly.
He executed the pitch he needed to execute. But you know, Gregor Blanco is going to look back and say, all right, well, there were 2 or 3 pitches I could have put in play.
So Blanco may not be so satisfied now. Some of those foul balls maybe that he could have turned around. And he had even a couple of changeups from Hudson that were not where Hudson wanted them. More toward the middle of the strike zone. Until that last one that got him. Belt at first, 1 out, 5-5, 8th inning. It's 2-1. Top of the order with Pagan on deck.
Well, nobody up in the Diamondbacks bullpen, so this 8th inning right now is Hudson's inning. And the Giants have 2 left-handed hitters coming up after this.
Belt is back. After Pagan, Pagan was so hot before the break. He had a great weekend against the Phillies. 0 for 4 tonight. But after Pagan, then you've got Panic and Duffy, who are both red hot tonight. 3 hits each. 3-1.
Now, a walk here would be just fine with Bruce Bochy, because then you'd get that lead run into scoring position. So if you're Adrianza, yeah, everybody likes to swing at a 3-1 pitch, but make sure that it's a good pitch to hit.
If he's going to get a good one to hit, you would think it would be right now. 3-1. He didn't hit it. 3-2.
Well, if you're Bruce Bochy, you might think about sending Belt, but you just watched your hitter swing through a 3-1 fastball. And you're thinking that Adrianza is going to make contact, so we'll see what Belt does.
Belt is running. A foul back to the screen. By the way, and you talked about make sure it's a good one. The pitch before that he swung and missed. And it was a way, looking at the pitch FX on the MLB app, right on the outside edge on the black. So not the fat one. And like we say, it might have been called a strike anyway. So Bell was running on that last one. Another ball that was on the outside or even off the plate on that last one. He's not running now. And that's there. Strike 3 call. At the knees.
Well, look, it's a great pitch by Hudson, but also it's too close to take.
So now Pagan with Belt still at first. Both Blanco and Adrianza have been struck out by Hudson. Pagan has flied out deep to right center, struck out, grounded out hard to short, and struck out again. 0 for 4. Ball 1. And that's almost the identical pitch that Adrianza chased twice after getting the count to 3-1. One ball, no strikes to Pagan. Panic is on deck. 2-0. Change up off the outside that time. There's Joe Panic. First game back from the All-Star game, and he's looked just like an All-Star tonight.
He's been terrific. Panic, Duffy, and Pence all have 3 hits in this game.
Giants have 12 hits all told. Arizona 11. Off the outside, ball 3. The D-backs wanted the call on that one, but he reaches out and then brings it back a little bit.
It's not a strike.
3-0, and the pitch FX shows that one is 3 or 4 inches off the outside as well. 3-0 to Pagan. And that was not close at all. So the walk to Pagan. And I give Pagan a lot of credit there. We saw the young Adrianza looking over anxious with a 3-1 count. Well, Pagan went up there and refused to swing until he saw a strike. They never did.
Never did, and now you got a guy that's red hot in Joe Panic. As Romo is watching.
Joe Panic to the plate against Daniel Hudson for the first time. Harkey on the phone to the bullpen. They're going to get some action going down there apparently. So now a base hit could mean a run. Both runners will be off and running at the crack of the bat. Belt from second, Pagan from first. Panic has had 3 hits in this game, has scored 2 runs, and is hitting .313 for the year. Back to the screen, strike 1, and a changeup. That walk was only the second allowed by the D-backs tonight. The Giants have not been getting many walks in games the last 2-3 weeks. Got Duffy on deck. The hard throwing Hudson delivers. And the changeup, that is low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, so far he's avoided the fastball to Panic. See where the Giants rank with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. First.
And that's the scenario here. 2 down. Another changeup. 2-1. So he just doesn't want to throw a fastball to Joe Panic. All right, now Panic's seen 3, 85, 86 mile an hour changeup. Now is the fastball coming?
Well, it may be coming, but if you're Joe Panic, given what the count is you can still sit on a pitch.
And that was a 97 mile an hour heater fouled into the upper deck. The D-backs did get a right-hander up in their bullpen. 2 down in the inning, 2 men on. That's Belt over at second, Pagan at first. 5-5 to score. Every pitch in the last 2-3 innings has been like every pitch in this inning. The game may be riding at every pitch. Here it comes. And the high, hard one down the left field line. Peralta streaking over from left field, out of play. Lamb out from third base. The stands angled out toward the field in that spot, and angled out just enough to capture that ball. Randall Delgado is the right-hander up in the Arizona bullpen. 2-2 to Joe Panic. He's had 3 hits already, but the one he really wants is right now, with 2 men on in a tie game, 8th inning. Hit hard to center. Pollock is there, and the inning is over. 2 men left for the Giants. Last of the 8th inning coming up. Still 5-5. Night at 10:30 p.m. Comcast Sportsnet, authentic Bay Area sports. I'm John Miller with Dwayne Kuiper and Dave Fleming. Mike Krukow is on assignment. Giants 5, Arizona 5. As we go to the last of the 8th inning, we get the view from the resort out there in deep right center field. And here is Sergio Romo to try and hold the Diamondbacks in check with the last third of their batting order. Owings, Ahmed, and then the pitcher spot due up.
Yeah, 38th appearance for Sergio Romo. See, the numbers for Romo, the left-handed hitters, that's been the problematic area for Romo. But overall, as always, very good against right-handers. And here in this inning, at least the first 2 hitters he's going to face are right-handed hitters. Blanco stays in the game.
So Blanco, who pinch hit for Maxwell, takes over in left field. Blanco in left, Pagan in center, and Pence in right. Owings has had 2 hits tonight. The time they retired him, he had a line drive to the center fielder. So he's been seeing the ball well all night long. A single in the 2nd, a home run to deep left center in the 4th, and a line out to center in the 6th. Way outside with a slider. Romo is the 6th Giants pitcher of the game. And that's right in there for a called strike with the slider. Romo and Owings have faced 4 different times. Romo struck him out 3 times, and Owings got a hit against him once. A single. And a fastball over the outside. 1-2. You mentioned Romo against the left-handed hitters who've done some damage against him this year. Right-handers are hitting 194 against him as a group. Slider for the strikeout. And he took something off of that one. You saw in that earlier slider at 77. This one's 73.
And you're right. And he gets Owings fishing. He's been a tough out for the Giants this year. And late in the game like this, you get that leadoff hitter by way of the strikeout. That's a good thing.
So here comes Ahmed, the 8th place hitter. And out on deck comes Ender Inciarte, a left-handed hitter. 1 out, nobody on. 5-5, last of the 8th, and a fastball for a called strike. Ahmed has grounded a short. He's doubled and grounded a short again. 1 for 3. 5-5, last of the 8th. Slider in there. Strike 2 call at 75 miles an hour. Giants bullpenners have struck out each of the last 3 Arizona hitters, all by a different pitcher. Osich got Lamb in the 7th, and then Strickland got Castillo, and Romo got Owings to start this inning. Now it's 1-2. And those strikeouts in the 7th inning by Osich and Strickland came with runners at 2nd and 3rd in a tie game. Arizona has its closer up in the bullpen now. Ziegler, right-hander. Slider into left center. There's Pagan. Blanco backing him up. 2 down. And now the left-handed hitter, Inciarte, just activated from the disabled list in time for this game. Inciarte just back on the active roster. Now, we mentioned the lefties who've given Romo some difficulties this year. Lefties are hitting .424 against Sergio so far this season. Inciarte, very fast runner. And it's 0-1. It's like he took something a little bit off that fastball.
Yeah, he almost, Inciarte looked like he was swinging at a changeup, even though I don't believe that that's what it was.
Inciarte hitting .287. It sinks low on the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Maybe Inciarte just went up there figuring, well, it's late in the game. This guy's throwing 95 miles an hour. I better swing fast. And it's a harder slider. Good tight spin to it and a swinging strike.
If you remember when Romo was the closer in the championship 2012 season, left-handers were not a problem. So it's in there.
That's really what made him the closer. He was having success against all comers. 1-2. That one just didn't work. 2-2. In basketball play-by-play, you would have said no good.
And that explains everything, right?
He shoots, no good. 2-2 the count. Two down, nobody on. Giants, having tied the game, will have Duffy, Posey, and Pence due up in the 9th inning. Panic far to his left. Inning over. Romo gets the lefty, and he gets them all. 3 up and 3 down. Duffy, Posey, Pence coming up. 9th inning. Still tied at 5. It's closer. Brad Ziegler with the Giants' big hitters coming up. Duffy, Posey, and Pence against this very unorthodox. He's sort of a right-handed version of the Giants' Javier Lopez.
And you see his numbers. He's been terrific. Left-handers hitting 185. Right-handers 141. And he's facing 3 right-handed hitters.
Duffy, who's had 3 hits, flied out to right, doubled, and twice singled. 1 ball and no strikes. That was his fastball, 84 miles an hour. Slings that one outside. 2-0. Sometimes guys like Ziegler, who thrive on being used regularly, it's been a while since he's pitched. He wasn't on the All-Star team. They went 4 full days off. That's the ground ball. And that is his specialty. When guys hit it, they usually hit it on the ground against him. 1 away.
Well, you just got to wait. It's hard to do.
Here comes Buster Posey. Buster has 1 hit in 3 official at bats, plus a sacrifice fly. Buster's only had 3 hits in 16 career at bats against Ziegler. Called a strike on the outside. Matt Duffy just faced Ziegler for the first time at least in a big league game. He might have faced him in spring training. Pence is on deck. Right center field. Tomas gets there. Two down.
Well, this is the hit that tied the game. High fastball, opposite field, gone. It went from 5-3 to 5-5.
So Pence, who had a second inning single, a double to right center in the 4th, struck out in the 5th, and then that 3-run homer in the 7th to right center. Pence, who's hitting .302 for the year, only his 24th game of the season. Hunter Pence has 22 RBIs this year. 2-0.
Well, 2 outs, John. Nobody on. Ziegler's a hard guy to try to think about hitting a home run. But if you're Pence, at some point in this at bat, he's going to go for it.
Ahmed. And he got it. Last of the ninth, and now the D-backs with their big hitters coming up. Pollock, Peralta, and Goldschmidt. It's been a long night already. The first game back. But Sergio Romo back for the last of the ninth. A.J. Pollock, an all-star. 2 doubles in this game. 2 runs scored. Leads off. Fastball at the knees for a called strike. The Giants bullpen is busy. Back of Romo. You've got the left-handed hitting Peralta due up next. And there is Yusmeiro Petit, the right-hander, and Javier Lopez, the left-hander in the Giants bullpen. Reached for and fouled to the screen on a fastball. 0-2.
Well, with obviously 2 more games left in this series, Bochy does not want to eliminate Romo from tomorrow or the next day by leaving him out there for too long. So, well, he's only thrown 15 pitches.
The slider, and it drops low.
You're right, John. One thing he's done tonight is he's really changed speeds on that.
He says he's got basically 3 different speeds in that slider. He's always tinkering with things, always trying to add something new. Fastball for the strikeout. Now usually he likes to put away the right-handers with that slider. In this case, it was almost like the slider set him up for that put away fastball. And Bochy is heading out, so 17 pitches for Romo, so he should be good to go for tomorrow.
He should be good to go for tomorrow, and assuming he doesn't throw a lot tomorrow. But right now we've got Javier Lopez coming in
to face the lefty Peralta. 1 out in the 9th, still tied. We'll be right back. Up, Peralta's having a night, a single and 2 triples in his 4 plate appearances, and Javier Lopez is trying to get the second out of this inning with one of the best hitters in the game on deck, Paul Goldschmidt. They'd like to face Goldschmidt with nobody on base.
So Lopez knows the deal. He's in here to face Peralta, and that's it. And he's having a good year. Lopez with a 188 earned run average. He'll be his 44th appearance.
So here is Peralta hitting .275 for the year. Ball 1. Lefties against Lopez for the year have had 6 hits in 48 at-bats against him, a 125 batting average versus Lopez by the lefties. And Peralta is ahead of the count now, 2-0. Peralta has held his own against lefties. He hadn't had many at-bats against him, hitting .250 and only 48 at-bats for the year. And not close, 3-0. There's Goldschmidt on deck. Casilla now also throwing in the Giants pen alongside Petit. 3-1.
Now Lopez had to come in 3-0. He's got to do the same thing right here. Can't be tricky here.
Peralta has had 2 previous plate appearances against Lopez. Lopez retired him both times. On the outside, strike 2.
And again.
Strike 3 called.
Unbelievable.
He never got off a swing against him.
Not one swing. This is a 3-2 pitch. Perfect. And from the guy that's on assignment, grab some pine meat.
So here comes Petit. It was interesting that Casilla was up with him, though. We'll talk about that when we return. 2 down, nobody on. Petit coming in to face Goldschmidt. Assistant trainers Anthony Reyes, Justin Maxwell in the background there.
Anthony's got the stiff left arm. You think maybe it would be Lopez that was making those movements?
Well, Lopez fell behind Peralta 3-0 and then threw 3 consecutive called strikes to get him.
And, Peralta, a statue.
Not that any one of the 3 were fat pitches. He was on the corners with all 3 of them. And the Pitch FX on the MLB app showed that that last called strike was right on the outside, right on the black on the outside edge. So here's one of the best hitters in the game. And there's ball 1. And what you'd like to do is just pitch around him. You don't want to give him a chance to launch one here. He's had 1 hit in 8 career at bats against Petit. And 4 of those he has struck out.
Well, you can see where Buster Posey is setting up. And he is not setting up in the strike zone.
He goes way out there again. That one caught. That one had movement coming back to the plate. He got the call. Yasmani Tomas is on deck, 2-1 to the dangerous Goldschmidt, who was 0 for 1 tonight with 2 sacrifice flies and a walk. And he went out after that one, fouled it back, 2-2.
Well, look, Goldschmidt's he's the big dog, right? He wants to end the game. He doesn't want to get pitched around right here. So if it's fairly close, he's going to take a crack at it. But if you're Yasmani Petit, you can't even think about coming into the middle of the plate. And Buster Posey's doing a good job of just setting that target up off the plate. Ooh, see, that's a mistake.
Fouled back to the screen. That was up and came back over the plate. And he got away with it.
Watch where this ball goes. Not a good spot.
Two and two the count to Goldschmidt. And when Pagan was almost back at the warning track, that falls in for a single. Goldschmidt raced up the line and took a big turn at first and holds on with the single. Well, there have been a lot of balls that have gotten over the head of Pagan tonight. He was in a spot there where it would be almost impossible to have gotten one over his head without hitting a home run.
And no doubles defense.
Now, Petit, and it's not the strongest part of his game, holding would-be base stealers on. And Goldschmidt is the possible winning run. He has stolen 16 bases and only been thrown out 4 times. Duffy hugs the line at third. Again, that no doubles defense. Goldschmidt dives safely back. You ever feel like if you just made about 8 or 10 consecutive throws to first, you kind of ice the guy down?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It gets kind of boring. The fans get a little upset.
So, all right, I'm not going to go.
Back out of play. 0-1.
And again, Pagan playing about as far back as you can play. Pence maybe a couple of steps deeper than usual. Same for Blanco. And you're doing that to keep a ball from getting into the alley, which would keep Goldschmidt, you would hope, from scoring.
Pence giving chase, but that's going to be well back out of play.
And obviously, John, the risk you take then is those balls that will fall in front of you, like Goldschmidt's ball did.
Truly, any other at bat for him tonight, I think Pagan would have come on and caught that ball. Well, he is way out there now. 0-2 to Tomas, who is 0 for 4 in this game with 2 strikeouts. Giants pitch out just in case, but Goldschmidt was not running. Goldschmidt, who played for that man, 3 days ago.
Yep.
They were together trying to beat the American League. Paul Goldschmidt. Bruce Bochy was his manager. Now Goldschmidt trying to beat Bruce Bochy. He is the possible winning run. 1-2 the count to Tomas. Not running. And the strikeout sends us to the 10th inning. 5-5 through 9. Crawford, Belt, and Blanco, 3 lefties coming up for the Giants. pitches, the Giants and the D-backs. The first game after the All-Star break, and it's going on. 5-5 to score. The Giants, who came roaring back in the 7th inning from a 5-2 deficit to tie the game. Hunter Pence hit an opposite field home run for the final 2 runs to tie it up. It's been raining outside and a few spots inside where we found out there are some leaks in the roof here.
By the way, 9-inning game, so this is a 4-hour 9-inning game. We're about to extend that. So a lot of pitching changes and a lot of pitches thrown in this game.
So here, first of 3 consecutive left-handed hitters due up against Ziegler, and it's a called strike to Brandon Crawford, who's had an RBI double, twice struck out, and flied out to right center his last time. He's 1 for 4. Now Ziegler has always been great at getting righties out, but this year he's been getting lefties out as well. Changeup at 77 miles an hour off the outside.
Well, the one guy in this inning that's got ownage off of Ziegler is Belt, and he's on deck.
Another changeup. Down and in this time. 2-1.
4 for 7. 2 walks in a double for Belt. Crawford 2 for 6.
That's a base hit right center field. Crawford takes the big turn. He's going for it. Pollock's throw. The slide. Safe. And I'm sure they'll have a look at it in the video room in the Arizona clubhouse.
This is going to be close, John. It may be that Ahmed could have gotten to Crawford on his legs before he hit second base, so it's going to be close.
Giants are checking it too.
And he made it.
I mean, it almost looked like he missed him and finally got him on the foot. The throw was high, and that might have been the saving grace for Crawford.
But
I don't know if he ever tagged him at all from that angle.
But Crawford, right out of the box, knew he was going to go for 2. Gutsy move.
So here is Belt, the guy who has had success in his limited appearances against Ziegler in the past. And that's called a strike. Belt got a bloop single leading off the 8th inning, his only hit of the night. This is the 3rd plate appearance for Belt where he's had a runner in scoring position tonight.
Now here's one more look at the slide. Ahmed, as quickly as he could, went to tag him, but if he did tag him, it would have been late.
Just a high, lazy fly, left center, Peralta, and Crawford will have to hold on. So that's the kind of night it's been for Bell with runners in scoring position. For the Giants as a team, they are now 1 for 11 in those crucial at bats.
Well, it's not so much that, John. You're looking for a productive out. If you're not going to knock that run in, then you hope that you can get that runner from second to third.
So for Belt, and in his 3 at bats with a runner in scoring position, he's grounded out to third, which doesn't get it done, and he's struck out, and this time the fly ball to left center, which doesn't get it done. Chip Hale's going to go out now with Blanco, another lefty coming up, and the right-handed hitting Susac now out on deck for the Giants. The last non-pitcher available on the Giants bench.
Well, Blanco, lifetime 0 for 3 with a walk. See what Bruce Bochy has left in the bullpen, and as John mentioned, what he's got left on the bench.
Giants have used 8 pitchers in this game. They still have 1 relief pitcher available in their bullpen, Casilla, the closer. Back to the screen, strike 1. Gregor Blanco entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. And he had a very long battle with Daniel Hudson, who came in from the bullpen to face him, and on the 10th pitch he struck out. Crawford, the possible go-ahead run. Ahmed, the shortstop, trying to keep him close at second base. Ball one.
Well, it may have been that Chip Hill went out there, John, to tell Ziegler, look, I don't care if you walk Blanco. I don't care. So in other words, just pitch him carefully, and if you walk him, so be it.
There's the bluff towards second. Nobody was covering.
Mike Krukow said he's going to get that rule changed in the offseason.
So you can't do stuff like that?
He just thinks it's a balk.
2-1. Well, these last two changeups ended up way off the outside, where it made it look like he's kind of pitching around him. Giants need a base hit to the outfield for a chance to get Crawford home here, and Blanco has been very good at that the last several weeks. 2-1 the count. Ziegler, the 6th Arizona pitcher of the night, working in his second inning. He doesn't seem anxious to throw another pitch here to Blanco, who then stepped away from the plate. Little backdoor breaking ball for a called strike. Two and two to Blanco. But that's within the range of Owings. Now Crawford over to third with 2 down. And Susak will be entered in as the pinch hitter for Petit. One thing you might say, wait a minute, all they'll have left out there is the closer, but the Giants just had 4 days off like everybody else. So a lot of those pitchers the Giants usually use as starters have had plenty enough rest to come into this game if needs be. That's a called strike to Susak, who did not like the call. But Casilla is up in the Giants bullpen now, so he is getting ready for the last of the 10th. That's too low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Susak's never faced Ziegler before, so the fact that he's seen 2 pitches is going to help him out a little bit.
Crawford at third, the possible go-ahead run. Way outside. Now Ziegler says it was the baseball. The baseball, there's something wrong with it. Give me a new one.
Absolutely.
2-1 the count. When you're a pitcher, you want a new baseball, you get a new baseball. That's it. Right into the hands, fouled away. Susak, of course, had the big hit in the Giants' victory over the Phillies Sunday, the final game before the break. A 3-run homer in the 4th inning against Chad Billingsley. Full count. You see Ziegler slap his hand against his right leg. A little frustrated about the execution of that pitch. There is Pagan on deck, the switch hitter. Ziegler's had to work much harder here in the 10th inning than he did in the 9th inning, which was an 8-pitch inning for him. 3-2. And he struck him out. An 85-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. Last of the 10th, Lamb, Castillo, Owings due up. Arizona. There's not many people left out in the resort out there. Where'd they go?
Yeah, looks empty.
So the last of the 10th, and Santiago Casilla, the Giants' final relief pitcher, comes in. He is the Giants' 9th pitcher of the night. Dwayne Kuiper and I were talking between innings. If all goes well for Casilla here in the 10th and we go to the 11th, then who would come in for the Giants? But because of the 4 days off, the Giants have some starting pitchers, and namely Ryan Vogelsong, who's had several days off, more than his usual period of time between starts, because Vogelsong is, who would normally have been due up on Monday for his start. They've already announced that Tim Hudson's going to make that start, return to the rotation from the disabled list, and Vogelsong's going to go to the pen. There's a called strike to Jake Lamb from Casilla. Casilla, normally the guy who comes in to save a win in a close game at the end, now trying to save the tie and get the Giants to the 11th inning. Lamb is 1 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in this game. Brandon Belt, 1 out. Now Wellington Castillo will come up. And Castillo was having an outstanding season. But then the last, 5, 6, 7 appearances before the All-Star break, he went into a little bit of a slump, and he had some stiffness in his arm, whatever it was. He didn't feel quite right. Didn't have the same kind of stuff. He didn't have the same zip on his fastball. Casilla did appear, and he got the save against the Phillies last Sunday, but gave up a run in that game. Came in with a 3-run lead, and he throws a called strike to Castillo, who is 1 for 4. He hit a double and scored a run against Machi back in the 6th inning. Matt Cain started for the Giants, gave up 4. Machi gave up a run in the 6th, and the bullpen has been on shutdown mode ever since. In the dirt at 94 miles an hour. Randall Delgado, a right-hander, is warming up in the Arizona bullpen. Castillo, you got to be careful with it. He has power. He hit 7 home runs this year. And he chased a cutter, and that cutter's been a great pitch for him this year.
At 90.
One and 2 the count.
It looked like Casilla looked up to see if there really was a hole in the ceiling.
5-5. Last of the 10th. 1 out, nobody on. Strike 3 called. 95-mile-an-hour heat right on the outside. And Castillo looked unhappy, but I think that pitch has been called a strike all night long.
And he should know it. He's been catching strikes like that, and this was a perfect pitch. Maybe came back just a little bit.
That is the 12th strikeout by Giants pitching tonight. Arizona pitchers have struck out 14. 2 down. Here is Owings in for a strike. By the way, we're talking about going with a starter. That if he has a clean inning here, there's no reason he couldn't come back for another inning himself.
Well, you're right. He's thrown 7 pitches.
Owings is 2 for 4 in the game with a home run. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Giants have the top of their order due up if they can get to the 11th inning. And Casilla is trying to make that happen right here with 2 down in the 10th. And wet spot with the leak. It doesn't look like maybe they plugged that leak.
Yeah.
Curveball, and it's 1-2. Foul ball.
Or it's not raining outside.
Maybe the rain went away. Cranscrew had come out with the water absorbent sand-like material at one point and try to dry that up a little bit. Santiago Casilla, 2 down, a 1 ball 2 strike count. A little bit low with that fastball, and a lot of movement on that pitch. So what do you think? He seems like he looks more like his old self
Oh,
now.
his stuff is extremely crisp.
And the cutter down and away. 3-2. Ahmed, the right-handed hitter, is on deck. And then the pitcher spot after him. 3-2 the count. 5-5, last of the 10th. Whoa. And that just completely got away from him. So Owings gets the walk.
Well, Casilla, John, looked back at the mound like he's not happy with it. And if that's the case, if he's not happy with it, then he needs to tell the grounds crew or the umpires to get somebody out here.
So now here comes Ahmed, and you've got to keep a close eye on Owings, the possible winning run. Over at first, he's had a steal tonight and 12 steals in 13 attempts for the year. He's only been caught 1 time. And with Ahmed up there, you'd think this is a steal situation.
Absolutely. I mean, Arizona has nothing to lose. If he gets thrown out, then you got Ahmed to lead off the 11th.
Cliff Pennington, veteran switch hitter, has come out on deck. Wow, and that was a late swing. That shot right over toward the Giants dugout on the first base side. And almost gave some photographers a heart attack.
Ahmed hit that out of Buster Posey's glove.
Strike 1 the count. Ahmed 1 hit. That was a double back in the 4th inning against Matt Cain. 1 for 4. 5-5, last of the 10th. Broke his bat, and Duffy, so smooth. On to the 11th inning, the top of the order. Pagan, Panic, Duffy, Posey due up 4th. Giants 5, Arizona 5. And then a week from Monday, the Milwaukee Brewers make their only visit to AT&T Park. They'll be there on Monday and Tuesday nights, the 27th and 28th, where 7:15 starts. And the finale of the Brewers series a week from Wednesday, the 29th. Day baseball in the city, a 12:45 first pitch. Giants Brewers 3-game set, including the day game. Get tickets now at sfgiants.com/tickets. On we go to the 11th inning. Randall Delgado in for Arizona. And also, as part of a double switch, they bring in a new shortstop, Cliff Pennington. So Pennington will be in the 9th spot and be due up first in the last half of the 11th. And Delgado moves into the 8th spot where Ahmed had been. Top of the order with the Giants. 5-5 the score. Pagan to lead off. There's Pennington now at short, and with the play-by-play, Dwayne Kuiper.
All right, John, and here's the first pitch to Pagan, and Pagan with a swing and a foul into the glove of Castillo. Pagan has been on base once tonight, and that's by way of a walk in the 8th inning. Otherwise, a couple of strikeouts, a fly ball, and a ground ball. Giants need a base runner or two. Down the left field line. Is it fair? It is. And Pagan's going to be at second base with a leadoff double. Picked a good time to pick up his first hit. Watch Pagan go the other way with the pitch from De La Rosa. And it was just a matter, was this ball going to get down? And it did. So here's Panic. So the 10th inning, Crawford led off with a double. Here Pagan does. And Panic stepping up. And Panic's got 3 hits tonight. And he bunts this one, and it's a good bunt. And he gets by the pitcher, and they got him on a nice play by Owings. And was that the double dip, John?
That's the way I read it. He was clearly bunting for the hit. It wasn't one of those square around and push it. That was a drag bunt for a hit, and Owings did make a sensational play.
Sensational.
But he did get that runner over to third, which was at the very least what he wanted to achieve. And you see there, Delgado couldn't quite get to it. And that was a very close play at first base.
So here's Duffy with the infield in, and Pagan now at third. Foul off the backstop, and it's no balls and 1 strike. So it's Delgado. I believe I've said De La Rosa a couple of times. So here's the 0-1. And it's just low and in. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Matt Duffy, who has been great in the clutch for the Giants in spots like this, came into the game tonight hitting .352 for the year with runners in scoring position. This has been an elusive hit for the Giants all night long in a spot like this.
And that's popped back and out of play. It's 1-2.
Buster Posey has had the Giants' lone sacrifice fly. They've had 1 hit in 13 at bats, plus that sacrifice fly for the night, with runners in scoring position.
So it's 1-2 to Duffy, who's only faced Delgado 1 time. He does have a base hit. Infield in, all the way in. Got him. On the outside corner, yes, and even tailed back in a little bit more. So a guy who's been so good in those spots, Matt Duffy, cannot come through, and now it's going to take a hit or a mistake by the Diamondbacks to give the Giants the lead here in the 11th. And it's in tight, 1 ball and no strikes. Posey 3 for 12 in his career against Randall Delgado.
First pitch in this game was thrown as Castillo's out there to talk with Delgado. First pitch in this game was thrown nearly 4.5 hours ago. Yeah. A lot of squatting behind the plate for Buster Posey has gone on since then.
Well, Castillo in the first couple of innings jogged out to the pitcher. Here he took the slow walk. It's 1-0 to Posey. Pagan at third. Two balls and no strikes.
Buster has been in the squat for 172 pitches thrown by Giants pitchers, not to mention warming up pitchers between innings and warming up the relievers when they've entered the game.
(3-0), so he would have a lot of incentive, extra incentive,
to knock in the go-ahead run here.
Yes, he would.
They don't. Right now, Delgado does not seem interested in giving him a chance to do that.
No, I think he wants to face Hunter Pence.
You see his numbers against Delgado, Hunter Pence, who's on deck. Well, now they're going to make it an official intentional walk. There's ball 4.
Well, we're close now to having a pitching coach come out. Here's the 7th. This was what Pence did, and it tied the game with his 4th home run of the year. His numbers against Randall Delgado, he's 5 for 17. He does have a home run against Delgado, and he also has a double. So on this long night, first game back after the All-Star break, the D-backs and the Giants playing this one like it's a playoff game.
And he does still have an empty base out there should he fall behind Pence, where he might ordinarily decide, hey, I've got to throw a strike here. Brandon Crawford, who's been an excellent RBI man, is the man on deck.
So here's Pence. We're going to come in on Pence, and Pence fouls it back.
He didn't quite get it in there either.
Pence a single in the 2nd, a double in the 4th, a home run in the 7th. On the ground, fouled. So a quick 0-2. Delgado. Now Delgado doesn't have to throw a strike for a couple of pitches. One and 2. Delgado looking in. The 1-2 pitch to Hunter Pence. Pence on the ground to third, backhanded by Lamb. And that'll end the inning. Giants wasted opportunity. Bottom of the 11th coming up. Get this game to the 12th. And the new pitcher is Ryan Vogelsong. Vogelsong, who started out the season in relief, is going to come in here to face Pennington, Pollock, and then Peralta. Kane, Machi, Osich, Strickland, Romo, Lopez, Petit, Casilla, and now Vogelsong.
The 10 pitchers used by the Giants in this game are the second most in franchise history in a single game. The Giants used 11 pitchers back in 2012 against Arizona. But you have to put an asterisk next to that one, in my humble opinion, IMHO, for this reason. It occurred in September of 2012. Everybody's got pitchers coming out of their ears by September.
Of course.
When the rosters can expand. This is 10 in the middle of July in a single game.
When I went down the list of pitchers that pitched in this game, I missed Contos. So put Contos in that mix. So here's Pennington. And a first pitch strike, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
Liam Connolly, the Giants' crack public relations staff, also tells us now that this is the most pitchers the Giants have used in a single game with a 25-man roster.
Swing and a miss, nothing in 2. So that's what you basically figured, right?
Well, you would assume, because 13 pitchers is kind of unusual anyway, which they've been going with. Not unusual for the Giants this year.
Ooh. Close. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, thanks to Liam Connolly for that information.
Pennington is hitting .243. Got him. And that'll bring up Pollock. Do you think Liam just carries that information around in his head, or does he go somewhere to find it?
I've never given it that much thought, so I always just thought he just happens to know.
So
we ask and he answers.
That's it. So.
Liam or Matt Chisholm, we put it out there and they give us the answer. It's incredible.
Here's Pollock. Pollock foul down the right field line.
Vogelsong's last start was this past Saturday night against the Phillies at AT&T Park. So he's had 5 days off. In his normal every 5th day rotation, he would have been due up last night. So he could go for a long time.
He could,
if the Giants need that to happen in this game.
Little pop up that Panic has got a beat on. 2 outs.
And that's an excellent pitch to a real tough hitter. And he jabbed him on that one. Got it on his hands.
There's Liam and Megan.
Both from the Giants public relations staff. Megan, who does a great job as well.
This is a long game for everybody.
This has been kind of a remarkable game.
It really has. Here's Peralta. And a called strike. Peralta with 3 hits in this game. And 2 of the 3 hits triples. Oh, and 2. And the guy on deck is Goldschmidt. There he is. And the 0-2. Here it is. High and away, 1 and 2. For the Giants, if they get to the 12th, they'll have Crawford, Belt, and Blanco. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Olguson to Buster Posey. Got him, and that'll end the inning. Vogelsong very sharp. Here comes the 12th. It's 5-5. Loca, the wines of Lodi, California. You need a special event ticket for this package. And remember, you need a special event ticket for this package. Visit sfgiants.com/special events. So staying out there is Delgado, and now he's facing Brandon Crawford. Crawford with a leadoff double in the 10th. He'll try to do the same thing here in the 12th. And here to tell you about that leadoff double is John Miller.
I'd like to tell you about it again.
Okay.
I'd like to see it happen again.
Alrighty.
Giants have had a leadoff double in each of the last 2 innings, but not scored a run. In either case, the Giants, that's what's been so frustrating about it. Here they made a dramatic come from behind move in the 7th inning from a 5-2 deficit. But it's been one of those nights where that hit that could knock in a run from second or third has just not been there. Crawford knocked in a run back in the 2nd inning with a double with Pence at first base. That's a base hit to right field. For the 3rd inning in a row, the Giants get a leadoff hit. And Brandon Belt will come up. And nobody's more frustrated than Brandon Belt on this night.
That's a fact.
And so that's one of the great things about baseball. It is a game of redemption. It's an everyday game. You have a bad game. You have things are going poorly for you. We always have that chance the next day to make it. Or in the case of tonight's game, the game just goes on and on and on. You have a chance in the same game to get it turned around. 3 infielders to the right of second. Crawford dives back to the bag safely. Remember the game in Washington, the 18-inning game. And Jeff Kuiper reminds me, we always remember how Brandon Belt got the winning hit, the home run in the 18th inning in that memorable, epic Game 2 of the division series. He was 0 for 6 before that. So that game was not working out too well for him. Tonight he has had a hit leading off the 8th inning, but the 3 times he's batted with runners on base have not gone so well.
That's a perfect example of what you were talking about. 0 for 6, nobody remembers that.
No, they don't. Except for Jeff Kuiper. There's nobody at third now at this overshift. If Belt pushed the bunt, if he pushed it hard enough, he could probably get a double down the third base line.
Although it is interesting that Lamb is playing, or that maybe Pennington is playing in at short.
It looks like Lamb has moved over to the right side as part of the overshift. And the shortstop, Pennington, is still at short, but pulled in. Blanco is on deck. Crawford led off the inning with a single. That's the third hit of the game for Crawford. Giants have 4 different hitters with 3 hits in this game. They've had 15 hits overall. 5-5, 12th inning. Missed badly with that one. It's a kind of an off-speed pitch. 2-1. This is Delgado's second inning of work. He gave up a leadoff double to Pagan in the 11th inning. So almost every pitch he threw in the 11th inning was under duress. The game itself was hanging in the balance. And now he's back into a jam here. 2-1 to Belt. And he lunged at one. A pop-up. Pennington gets there. And so it goes for Belt on this night. Well, it wasn't 2 strikes. He didn't have to be desperate to make contact in that one, but that's just kind of night it's been for him. Now Blanco, who has struck out and grounded out since he entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning.
Now you've got Vogelsong on deck, so.
And he will have to hit. So that would have been interesting, though. That's why the whole idea of Belt bunting and whatnot may have not been that realistic, because they didn't want to get it into a spot where they could just walk Blanco intentionally and put it all on Vogelsong's shoulders.
Right, and here's also a spot where if the pitcher is not on deck, you might put a play on. You might hit and run.
Crawford, the runner at first. And now it's an open invitation to walk Blanco intentionally on the. It might be a pass ball against Wellington Castillo.
And that may just be fatigue. And it is a pass ball. You mentioned both catchers have caught a lot of pitches, been in a squat a lot tonight. And here's a ball that he just missed. And I guarantee you, Castillo does not miss this in the first 9 innings of this game.
Well, that was the 221st pitch thrown to Castillo tonight, for which he's been in the crouch. That's a long night.
It is. And you mentioned warming up pitchers in between innings, warming up the starter. Well, Delgado doesn't have to throw Blanco a strike. He can pitch around him. So his choices is either Blanco or Pagan. And then with Vogelsong coming up, you know, you set up a spot where if you're going to let Vogelsong hit, you know, then you worry about the pitcher hitting into a double play.
Yeah. Well, each of those last 2 pitches was well off the outside corner. So it has gone to 2-1.
And the pass ball really set up all of this.
Runner in scoring position, 3-1 the count. And now the walk. And that was sort of an unintentional intentional walk.
And here's where It'll be interesting to see what Bruce Bochy does, and I think for the very reason I just mentioned, the potential double play ball, he's probably going to be bunting.
I'm really feeling strong that he's going to be bunting.
That or hit one out.
Vogie, every once in a while, he gets a base hit. It's not like he's totally hopeless up there. He also has had more sacrifice bunts than any other Giants pitcher. He's had 27 at bats, official at bats. He's only struck out 9 times, which also means he puts the ball in play. That's going to be a hit. Delgado went after it, and the third baseman Lamb went back to the bag, and nobody was there to pick that ball up. And the bunting ability for Vogelsong works out beautifully.
Well, watch Lamb. He's the key to this. He assumes that Delgado's going to get it, and once it gets by Delgado, there's nothing anybody can do. So that one's on Lamb. That's not on the pitcher.
And Delgado, the D-backs may have pitchers who are excellent athletes who could go pick that ball up. But Delgado, he's a big burly guy, and he does not move around that well. We've seen it a couple of bunts already in this game. Bases loaded. The Giants get a huge break. Here is Pagan to try and put them ahead. The middle infield is in halfway. Let's see if they move in still further. They're pulled in at the corners for Pagan, who's had 1 hit in 5 at bats. And the Giants fans who are still, it could be that the vast majority of the people still in this ballpark are Giants fans. Pagan versus Delgado, and Pagan has done very well against Delgado in the past.
5 for 10.
I get that. 500 batting average for him versus Delgado. Now there's one at the plate, and it's a bad throw. Crawford scores. Blanco will stop at third as Castillo recovers the ball. Pennington, the veteran, in his haste to, I'm guessing, try and start a double play, did not get anybody out. It is 6-5 Giants.
Well, here's Pennington. He's in a good position to make a good throw, and he just doesn't. He choked it.
It was not a tag play where he had to really rush it. It was a force out, just a good throw, and Crawford would have been out by plenty.
So he really did everything right except the throw. Footwork, gloved it. But you're right, if you try to hurry it, sometimes that's what happens.
Well, since he came in this whole night, I think that's the first chance that Pennington's had. That's a called strikeout of Joe Panik, who's had 3 hits in the game. It's now Blanco at third, Vogelsong at second, and Pagan at first. That's just an error all the way. There's no RBI or anything. Although the Giants don't care. Fouled out of play. Strike 2 to Joe Panik, who is 3 for 5, plus a sacrifice bunt that he almost beat out himself.
Well, you got to hurt him now, and you got to add on.
The middle infield still in halfway. They don't want any more runs scored here. Do the Diamondbacks. 0-2 to Panik. And the slider low and inside for a ball.
Well, Gramps and Grams are still hanging in there.
Good job. Just nursed that bottle of water for a long time here tonight. Oh. The fastball up and in. And that was Joe Panik's worst 2-strike swing as a big leaguer, I think,
ever. All the way through his career. He just gets tied up. You know, the emergency swing, trying to foul that pitch, but give Delgado credit.
And it did look like it had movement, 94 miles an hour, and it had movement coming back toward the plate. So here's Duffy. He's had 3 hits in 6 at bats. 6-5 Giants. 3 men on, 2 men out. Strike 1 called.
Well, the reason you want to add on is, one, this park is very alive, as you would expect, but they have the beef coming up.
Goldschmidt, Tomas, and Lamb, the 3, 4, 5 spots in their lineup. A ball and a strike. Crawford got it started with a single. Took second on the pass ball. And then the bunt single by Vogelsong moved into third. Giants fans who've held in there on a long night. Pennington. Low throw, but picked on a bounce by Goldschmidt. And the Giants do not add on. The lack of success with those runners in scoring position has gone on to the bitter end. But the Giants are ahead. In the first half of the 12th inning. And now Ryan Vogelsong will try and save his own victory. Vogelsong, the 10th in that long list of Matt Cain, Gene Machi, George Cantos, Josh Osich, Strickland, Romo, Lopez, Petit, Casilla, and then Vogelsong. 10 pitchers for the Giants. That is a franchise record. With a 25-man roster. There was a game against Arizona 3 years ago in September after the rosters had expanded where they used 11 pitchers in a game.
Well, if you're a scout, this is a dream game. You want to see as many players as you can, right?
I can come home tomorrow. I saw them all.
That's it. I'm on the next flight out.
I saw them all and then some. And I saw 2 of their starters. Well, Vogelsong needs 3 outs more, but he will have to run the gauntlet. He'll have to face some of the best that the Diamondbacks have to offer, starting with one of the best in the game, Paul Goldschmidt. 1 ball and no strikes. And Goldschmidt versus Vogelsong. They've seen a lot of each other. 29 official at bats for Goldschmidt over the years. 9 hits, never a home run. Also 9 walks against Vogie. On the outside, Beauty. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vogelsong had to be, and hey, we've known Vogie all these years, and he's a fierce competitor. But he got the word last night that he was the one going to be leaving the rotation with Tim Hudson coming back on Monday. The curveball. Strike two. Another beauty. But as we have seen, it's almost like Vogelsong's career since returning to the Giants in 2011 has been all about being the guy who was the last guy in the room that would be picked for the team. And he has excelled toward the middle. And that's a base hit. Pagano to pick it up. And now you've got Goldschmidt, the possible tying run aboard with nobody out. And Goldschmidt, who's a guy who can steal a base. Giants were playing him to pull, which everybody will. And on this fast infield, that ball was hit hard enough that Crawford did not have time to get back to his left for it. Hit number 13 for the D-backs. The Giants have had 16 hits. We were talking, Kipe, about all the at-bats the Giants have had with runners in scoring position tonight, all the frustration. Arizona has not had an at-bat with a runner in scoring position since the 7th inning. So it's not that the D-backs have not hit in the clutch. They haven't had any of those at-bats for a good long while. They've gone 3 for 12 in the game in those crucial at-bats. Yasmani Tomas, and he's 0 for 5, including 3 strikeouts. A foul tip off the glove of Posey. That ball did not appear to be headed toward the target of Buster Posey. Jake Lamb is on deck. Vogelsong trying to win this game, and his own bunt single ended up being a key play in the Giants' rally in the first half of the 12th. Fouled out of play. Well, Tomas doesn't seem to be getting around in that fastball from Vogelsong so far. 92 miles an hour there. Vogie in his 2nd inning of work. And this is just one of those quirks of the schedule with all the days off after the All-Star break. You have a guy who's been a regular starter for the Giants pitching in relief, and he hadn't pitched, and he's had 5 full days off. Out of play. Still 0-2 to Tomas. Tomas and Vogie have never faced each other in a big league game. Buster Posey, who goes into the squat for the 190th pitch thrown by a Giants pitcher in this game. The middle infield double play depth with Goldschmidt at first. And back out of play again.
Well, you can see what Buster Posey and Vogelsong are thinking. Tomas, you're right, not really getting around on Vogelsong's fastball. So do you want to speed up his bat by throwing him something other than a fastball? And maybe you do that if you throw it in the dirt, but then, you know, you worry about Goldschmidt moving on to second base.
You do not want him to get into scoring position if you can help it. He went to the curve. This could be the double play. The tag, the throw. It's a double play.
Wow.
Joe Panic made it happen. And Goldschmidt ran right into it.
Unbelievable. Goldschmidt had to have believed that he was going to be able to get by Panic. Otherwise, he doesn't do this. That's the only reason I can think that Goldschmidt ran into that tag. What a play.
2 down and nobody on. Wow. Here's Lamb. Last chance for the D-backs. And it's 0-1. Lamb tonight has had 1 hit in 5 at-bats and has struck out 3 times. 2 down, nobody on. Oh, and 2 the count.
2 pitches, same spot.
And he did go to that breaking ball to Tomas, and it was a beauty. So Vogie making his own statement tonight. 2 down, nobody on. 2 strikes to count. Off the outside.
Well, seeing if Lamb would stretch it out, and he didn't.
Giants outfield, everybody's deep. 6-5 Giants in the last of the 12th. 2-2. Set a good live fastball all night. 92 miles an hour there. As the 10th Giants pitcher in an epic game to start the second half of the season. Three and 2.
Well, look, he got to 0-2 and tried to make 3 perfect pitches. He'll try to do the same thing here. This is not a get-it-in fastball situation.
Castillo, the right-handed hitter, on deck. And he walks him. It's not over yet. So Wellington Castillo will come up, and Buster Posey's going to go out to the mound. Giants bullpen is quiet. There are no other relievers. As soon as Vogelsong came in, he was in for the duration. And Castillo, who's had 1 hit in 5 at-bats. It was a double leading off the 6th inning. And later he scored in that inning. And the Diamondbacks have not scored since. Ball 1, the curveball, off the outside. 6-5 Giants, last of the 12th. Out of play.
And if you're Vogelsong and he knows it, you cannot forget about Lamb at first. I mean, your concentration is to the hitter, but you can't let that guy get into scoring position.
That was pitch number 200 thrown by a Giants pitcher tonight. 2-1 the count to Castillo, who's had 2 hits in 5 previous at-bats against Vogelsong, so he has a little bit of familiarity with him. Base hit to right. Lamb will stop at second as Pence comes up with it and hits Crawford with the 1-hop throw. And now Owings. And this will be the first time an Arizona hitter has come up with a runner in scoring position since the 7th inning. And the Giants will conference. Posey at the mound along with Crawford. Brandon Belt also heads to the mound. As you see Owings' night. He had a single in the 2nd and a homer in the 4th. And with the pitcher due up after Owings, and this is interesting, there is an open base and a pitcher due up next. And Hernandez, one of the Arizona relief pitchers, has come out on deck. David Hernandez is out on deck. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's another Hernandez. Oscar Hernandez, who is the I forgot how many Hernandezes they had.
That's right. You can only have 5 or 6 on a roster.
They still had their backup catcher is still available, so it's Oscar Hernandez out on deck.
That's
I beg
correct.
your pardon.
I think I led you astray there.
I think I led myself astray. 0-2. So Vogelsong again is one strike away.
We've been here before.
These Giants fans who've hung in through a long night. A game that started 5 hours and 10 minutes ago. 9 minutes before midnight. Into the hole. Crawford. Panic at second with the force out on Castillo. And at long last it is over. And the Giants, on a wild, epic night, have begun the second half of the season. And already they need a day off.
Well, when you have lost 7 in a row on the road and didn't win one on the last road trip, I guess breaking that streak is never going to be easy, and this game was not easy. Diamondbacks played great, and the Giants in the end win on a throwing error.
And the Giants' beleaguered bullpen came up big tonight, and so did Ryan Vogelsong the day after he lost his spot in the rotation. For more on tonight's game, tune in to Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet. And tune in to Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 for Giants pregame live before Game 2 of the series. We'll be back with you on NBC Bay Area and the Giants Television Network next Friday from AT&T Park for the Giants and the Yankees. For Dwayne Kuiper and Dave Fleming, I'm John Miller. Thanks for tuning in and staying up late with us. The Giants beat Arizona.